vote. Paul Prosper of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 301 or 51.3% of the votes.
And it changes by the minute.
Yeah. Peter, are you in a position to provide us with any new analysis based on what you have seen so far with regard to the results from most of the constituencies? Okay, no, we
the national scenario is I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot of feedback, so I'm not sure. You're speaking with me or someone else?
Yes, go ahead, Peter. I'm speaking to you.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'll say that the national scenario is one where we see the St. Lucia Labour Party on about 39%, UWP on about 29%, 42%. But the swing away from the UWP currently I'm measuring at about 13%, which is a significant enough swing to put it out of business. So that's the overall. The majority of constituencies, UWP is leading by various numbers, but we still have too little of any constituency in to really call conclusively. But I'm keen on the two independent races, and both of those independent races are trending in the direction of electoral history, not only for St. Lucia but for the Caribbean.
Okay, I think we might have some results momentarily from Castries South, and as soon as those results are available. So far, again, just a reminder, Joaquin Henry of the SLP 866, and Guy Joseph of the UWP 766. In the case of Henry, 53.1% of the vote, and Guy Joseph 46.9%. Rick?
Well, looking at the figures right now, I'm reminded of the 1997 Kenny Anthony made into Prince Charming. You want a break?
No, go ahead.
And in this case, Alan Chasney, horns put on. So I don't want to say more on that yet. Let's watch and see how it develops. But this is what I'm thinking right now. Did you get that?
I get your point. I get it.
Yeah.
Let's see if we are waiting some more results that we could share with you. But in the meantime, as you have stated, Dr. Samuel, is in a trend whereby the opposition candidates are leading. We have some results, an update from Gros Islet that we can share with our audience. Dr. Samuel.
Yes, in Gros Islet, the pattern continues and is further reinforced. A significant lead by Kenson Joel Kazimi at 1,243. He now has 3,546 votes to his favor, or some 60.3% of the votes cast, some 3 in every 5 votes. The incumbent Leonard Spider Montoute is at 2,303, or some 39.2% of the votes. 32 ballot boxes have been counted so far out of 61, a little over half. So some distance to go. 72 votes rejected so far. Mr. Diquez at less than 1%, 31 votes in his favor. So that's where we are in Gros Islet. So if that trend continues, certainly we have a situation of a change. It's likely in Gros Islet at this point, but it's not over till it's over.
All right, not until we count the last vote can we outrightly, especially as far as the Gros Islet seat is concerned.
That's why I've been kind of holding back just to see how it evolves, because like I said, I'm reminded that Kenny Anthony was Prince Charming in '97, and Alan Chasney was made into the devil 2021. Meanwhile, there was Philip Pierre, almost, what did you like to call him, my friend Philip Pierre?
Yeah.
I always thought, I always considered that what was being called his weakness system could very well turn out to be strengths. And we're going to see how that works out. I will elaborate a little further as we go along.
At least you can touch on one area, Rick. You can at least touch on one area.
Touch in what area?
Yeah. When you say that his weakness would turn out to be his strength, one area.
Well, the things they were calling Philip weak about, I always thought those were his strengths. He was different. You gotta.
But talking about Philip J. Pierre, we have an update from Castries East, and we will endeavor to share that with you momentarily, so please stand by. Okay, Castries East, Fortuna Belrose, 554 or 32.2% of the vote. Mohammed, NGP, 15 or 0.9%. And Pierre of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 1,149 or 66.9% of the vote. We also have an update from Babonneau to share with you. Albert Poyot of the SLP, 1,716 or 49.5%. Ezekiel Joseph, the incumbent of the United Workers' Party, 1,752. I think is leading by about, what, 36 votes, Lisa?
Yes,
like
by
36
votes.
We have an update coming from Castries Central to share with you. Aaron Alexander of the NGP, 46 or 1.5% of the votes. Serflot Bobra of the United Workers' Party, the incumbent, 1,185 or 37.6% of the vote. And independent candidate Richard Frederick, 1,921 or 60.9% of the vote. We see that in Castries Central, the independent Richard Frederick is continuing to hold on to the lead there. Peter, are you
23 boxes already
Yeah.
counted out of the 26 total.
Yeah, that's very significant.
Yes.
Yeah.
88.5%.
Okay. Okay, we have some more results. This time from Castries North. Maybe I could turn my attention to you, Dr. Samuel.
Yes, in Castries North, we have some 20.78% of the votes having been cast, or some 2,552. The general pattern of the night continues with Mr. King pulling away by an even larger lead. He has a lead of some 994, almost 1,000, to McIntyre of the UWP with 750 votes in her favor, or 29.8%. The NGP candidate trails some distance, less than 1% at 17. It's the independent. There's another independent, Mr. Nathal, but Earl is now on the board with 7 votes in his favor.
Okay, I think we have some new results coming in from Ancillary Canaries.
Yes, in Ancillary and Canaries, Mr. Francis Dominic Fede now has extended his lead by some 90 votes. He is now at 841. To Wayne Girard is now at 751. So that accounts for 47%. At this point, we have some 19.41% of the votes cast so far, and which is 1,672 votes out of 8,640. So a slight increase at this point for the incumbent, Mr. Fede.
And we have some results coming in from Choiseul. Pauline Antoine Prosper of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 622 or 37.6% of the vote. Bradley Felix, the incumbent, 1,032 or 62.3% of the vote. And Dr. Gilbertha St. Rose of the NGP, 2 or 0.1% of the vote. Additional results coming in from Labrie. The incumbent, Alva Baptiste of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 945 votes or 64.9%. Francisca Jean-Pierre of the United Workers' Party, 511 or 35.1%. 11 votes rejected. 8 ballot boxes have been counted. Labrie, 1,467 votes cast out of 6,870 total electors, and that is 21.3% voter turnout. We have some additional results to share with you, this time from VA4 South. The incumbent, Dr. Kenny Anthony of the SLP, 894 votes, or 63.5% of the votes. Herman Gill Francis of the United Workers' Party, 513, or 36.5% of the votes. We have some new results coming in this time from VA4 North. Okay, and as soon as we're able to share that result with you, please stand by. We will be providing you with those results. Moses Jean-Baptiste of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 713, or 59.6% of the votes. Vincent London of the United Workers' Party, 483, or 40.4% of the votes.
Just to give you a little update there with Grosley Casimir of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 3,658. Leonard Spiderman 2,380. Andre de Kere is 34. 33 of the 61 ballot boxes have been counted. There's also an update there with coming out of Castries North. Janina Girodi McIntyre, 882 for the UWP. Incumbent Stevenson King, 1,983. Daisy St. Rose of NGP, 19. And Nathalbert George, 14. So King is in the lead there by 1,101. 33 votes rejected. 16 of the 29 ballot boxes have been counted.
So we have some more results. This time Micoud South. I think it's the second results we're receiving so far from that constituency. The incumbent Alan Chasney, 950 votes, or 56.5% of the votes. Melanie Freites, independent candidate, 3 or 0.2%. And Gideon Ferdinand of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 727 or 43.3%. And the incumbent has a lead of some 223 votes. Micoud South, 1,697 votes cast out of 7,557 total electors. We have a new update, this time from Soufrière. Emma Hippolyte of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 513 or 56.7% of the votes. Harold Stanislas of the United Workers' Party, 392 or 43.3% of the votes. Emma Hippolyte with a lead of 121.
Over in Ancillary, preliminary coming in, Dominic Fede at 841, Wayne Girard at 751. Fede ahead by 90 votes, 7 ballots of ballot boxes out of the total 21 boxes counted at this hour.
So far, it's a very close contest over in Ancillary Canaries, less than 100 votes.
Yes.
Dominic Fede being led by 90. And certainly we have an update from Micoud North and Jeremiah Norbert of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 1,311 or 53.6% of the vote. Gail Rigobert, incumbent of the United Workers' Party, 1,115 or 45.6% of the vote. And the independent candidate, Michael Philip St. Catherine, 18 or 0.7% of the votes cast. 2,494 votes cast out of a total of 7,914 electors, 31.51% voter turnout, 50 votes rejected. We have some new results to share with you, this time from VA4 South. The incumbent, Dr. Kenny Anthony, 1,463 or 64.4% of the votes cast. Roman Guild Francis of the United Workers' Party, 809 or 35.6%. Dr. Anthony is leading by some 654. 2,309 votes cast out of a total of 9,611 electors. So far we've had some additional results to share with you from a number of constituencies. Castries North, that would also include Choiseul, and an interesting battle developing over in Soufrière. Think we have some more results? Let's see, we have some results from Soufrière. I think we have already gone through this, where the challenger of the Senussi Labour Party has a lead of 121 votes. So,
do we want to, we have, just to share with you, coming out of Castries Southeast, Guy Joseph now at 766. Joachim Henry is at 866, so 100 vote lead there, with 9 ballot boxes having been counted out of the 35 total. 345 votes rejected.
Okay.
Down at the Parliament, we do have the officials of this electoral department there, and they're going through the vote count as the count goes in, Timothy, for verification from the electoral officials there, House of Parliament. We can see them, and everything has gone via technology, and so everyone is equipped with their computers, so you will not see those the count being taking place as it used to before. So
I think
interesting there.
the seats, I think it's Morris's name. Would
yes,
be the
Blanchard,
one. Blanchard
who would definitely be the one out there. It's quite a staple.
Yeah.
So I think lots of people miss that kind of atmosphere there. But do want to say that over in Dennery South, I believe this is a new coming in for Edmund Estefan, now is at 540. Paul Prosper of the Senussi Labour Party is now ahead by 98 at 638. 6 ballot boxes of the 14 ballot box total been counted at this time. We do have Jeremiah Norbert over in Micoud North at this time, 1,407. Gail Rigobert is at 1,268. St. Catherine, the Independent, is at 20. So a lead there for Jeremiah Norbert at 139. 13 of the ballot boxes have been counted from the total of 18. So we have 5 to go.
Still a very close contest over in Micoud North.
Very close.
With Jeremiah Norbert being ahead by 139 votes. So 2,746 votes cast out of 7,914. Peter, are you there?
We do have Micoud North. I'm not sure if this is new.
Okay. All right,
Alan Michael Chastney, 950. He's ahead by 223 votes. Gibeon Ferdinand is at 727. Melanie Freites is 3.
Okay, so once again, the incumbent Alan Chastney in the Micoud South constituency ahead by 223 votes. A little early still as far as this contest is concerned. 1,697 votes cast out of 7,557 total electors. And we have our panelists just observing what is taking place. In particular, Rick, I imagine that Rick would want to come at a, as he indicated earlier on, want to come at a particular juncture when he can make some definitive observations with regard to the outcome of the contest so far. But Castries Southeast so far, Rick, very interesting, with Joachim Henry, 766 to Guy Joseph's 866, but still a significant number of votes to be counted in that constituency.
Amazing, nevertheless. It'll be interesting in the aftermath to hear the analysis. You know, the what they call it, the baseball thing, Monday morning. I forget. I've been out of the States for too long. Quarterback, Monday morning quarterback. After the match, everybody knows everything. It's very interesting. It has me thinking. Nothing really new, Tim, in what's going on there right now. Nothing really new. The results had to have been, at least in the back of most minds. Those who had their prejudices will hope that that nightmare does not come through. But I always had the feeling that if the Labour Party was going to win, it was going to win with a landslide. If the United Works Party was going to win, landslide. And why? It would simply mean one message was more effective than the other. I never saw a close 9-8 type thing. I just felt that the public the electorate had made up its mind one way or another to go with one or the other.
Do we have a new update this time from Babonneau? Dr. Samuel?
Yes, in Babonneau we have some 32.67, or almost a third of the votes are in now, and the challenger of the Labour Party, Mrs. Virginia Albert Poyot, is marginally ahead by 39 to where she's at 2,006 votes, or 50.5%. The incumbent, Mr. Ezekiel Joseph, is at 1,967, or 49.5%. 22 ballot boxes so far have been counted, and of 33 that remains. So
well, certainly it's a
dead heat in Babonneau.
Beg your pardon?
A dead heat in Babonneau at this point.
Yeah. And considering that the incumbent, Ezekiel Joseph, had a lead of 1,305 in the 2016 general election. Those leads, particularly in Gros-Islet and also Babonneau, do not mean much as far as the outcome is concerned. We have experienced this over the last few general elections involving Mr. Ezekiel Joseph as well as Mr. Leonard Motout, when, for example, Mr. Motout would have lost to Ms. Emma Hippolyte, and in the case of Mr. Ezekiel Joseph losing to Alvina Reynolds, and subsequently winning in both cases by over 1,000 votes. So quite interesting there. Okay, so we're hoping to get some more results. Peter should be with us very soon, but we are turning our attention now to more results, this time coming from Castries East. We will have Belrose of the United Workers' Party 612, or 32.6% of the vote. Mohammed of the NGP 15, or 0.8%, and Pierre of the St. Lucia Labour Party 1,251, or 66.6%, and Pierre has a lead of some 639 votes. And again, in the 2016 general election, Philip J. Pierre won that seat by 336 votes, and so far 1,894 votes cast out of 12,739. So we still have a lot of votes to be counted before we can declare any of those candidates victorious as far as the contest is concerned. It's very early days yet as far as that race, or the various races that are before us. Okay, we have a new update, and this time coming from Choiseul. Pauline Antoine Prosper of the St. Lucia Labour Party 838, that's Prosper of the SLP 859, 38.6%. Felix, the incumbent of the UWP, 1,363 or 61.2%. St. Rose of the NGP, 4 or 0.2%. Felix is in the lead by some 504 votes. So we see in the case of Choiseul, Felix is maintaining a lead there compared to most of the other constituencies that are either being led by the independents in Richard Frederick and Stevenson King, as well as the candidates from the St. Lucia Labour Party. Let us continue our discussion. Earl, what's on your mind right now? You seem you're very pensive.
You were going to ask me for my view.
You're very pensive.
I was wondering whether you were going to come back to me.
You read my mind.
I want to raise something. I hope Peter comes back in time, following up on one of the statements Rick made insofar as his assessment was always that if the one party is going to win by a landslide, either way. It brings me to the question of polls. And the question I'd like to put to Peter is why St. Lucian elections have never really featured accurate polls. Not only this year, but the last few elections. Certainly for this particular one, I saw two polls. One said 16-1, the other one said 14-3. It suggests to me.
Okay, we have some new results. My apologies, Earl. In VA4 South, the incumbent, Anthony, SLP, 1,645 or 65% of the votes. He's ahead there by 758. Herman Gale Francis, 887 of the United Workers' Party, or 35% of the votes. VA4 South, 2,571 votes cast out of a total of 9,611 electors. I think we have results from another constituency, and that is VA4 North.
VA4 North, with Moses Jabatis now at 1,007. Vincent London is at 634. 8 ballot boxes counted now, 17 in total of the ballot boxes, 23 votes rejected. Also Mico South, Alan Chasney is at 1,036. He has a 177 lead over Gibeon Ferdinand there, or 859, and Melanie Freight still at 3.
Okay, you're saying, Earl? You're talking about polls.
Yeah, I was saying that I'd like to quiz Peter on that when he comes back. The fact that polls, at least accurate polls, have not been part of our recent electoral history. In fact, a poll appeared in the Star that Rick had to cast doubt on, insofar as his believability of what it said. And I'd like to find out from Peter when he comes back whether he did any polls, whether cadres did any polls for the upcoming election, and what he found insofar as St. Lucians reacting to questions from pollsters. Is it that the pollsters have determined that St. Lucians really not telling the truth, or that St. Lucians are in fact not telling the truth about their positions, and therefore historically polls have not proven to be accurate?
I'll take from Mico in just a moment, but we have results coming from the Mico North constituency. Jeremiah Norbert of the SLP, 1,407 votes, or 52.2%. Rigobert, 1,268 or 47.1%, and we have Michael Phillips St. Catherine, independent candidate, 20 or 0.7%. Mico North, 2,746 votes cast out of 7,914 total electors. We have some more results, an update coming from Castries North to share with you. And we have Nathalbert Earl George, of an independent candidate, 16 or 0.5%. McIntyre Girodi of the United Gas Party, 995 or 30.2%. Stevenson King, incumbent, independent, 2,263 or 68.7%. And Daisy Anna St. Rose of the NGP, 22 or 0.7%. Mr. King with a lead of 1,268. Rick.
Well, Earl mentioned a poll that really wasn't a poll. It was an app. It was getting a lot of publicity, and evidently somebody had it in the store. Somebody posted it, but I didn't. As you said, I didn't put any credence to it. But I've always felt that polls in St. Lucia really were quite entertaining, because all depended on what day you asked a St. Lucian, you know, and you have to be St. Lucian to know that. Another thing I want to make a point I want to make very quickly. Are you aware that both parties have a tendency to import assistance to their war rooms, etc.? Are you aware of that?
Gentlemen, a seat is being declared. A winner is being declared in Castries Central. So Richard Frederick, the independent, is back as the MP, Member of Parliament for Castries Central, with 2,099 votes or 57.5%. Serafeld Bobra of the United Gas Party, 1,494 or 41.0%. Aaron Alexander, NGP, 55 votes or 1.5%. So one vote we are in a position to declare officially, according to statistics received from the Electoral Department. We have a Member of Parliament and independent candidate, Richard Frederick, back in the islands, the Parliament of St. Lucia. Let's get a reaction from you. Let's start with you, Rick.
Whatever might be said about Richard Frederick, it has to be said nobody has worked harder than Richard Frederick to achieve this accomplishment for him anyway. Nobody. I can't remember, unless maybe somebody we know very well who at one point was sufficiently interested to somebody else. But Richard Frederick has really put energy, time, and everything into this. It'll be very interesting. What is it going to be very interesting right now is from now on. Okay, so you got there. Now let's see what happens. Also, whether Philip Pierre will be denied his contribution and that glory go to somebody else. Very interesting discussion.
But in terms of Mr. Frederick entering or participating or working for cabinet of the St. Lucia Labour Party?
No, I meant the campaign.
Okay.
I mean the energy behind the campaign. Yeah.
Well, your take on Richard Frederick being declared the MP officially for Castries?
Well, I had absolutely no doubt that Richard could and would have won, from the standpoint that, again, my writings would indicate that I have always held that Richard won that seat twice as an independent and as a UWP candidate. And that whether in or out, he has always kept the Castries Central bed warm. And his every indication over the past year has been one that his sole purpose for existing is to see the back of the Chasney administration.
But I think you're wrong there, not the past year, the past 4 or 5 years. The past 4 or 5 years, you say the past year.
No, well, I'm saying that in the past year when elections became due, I think that is when, between elections, politicians don't sleep. But when in the past year, why I say in the past year, because in the past year, the election, the 2021 election became due, became expected as of 2020. And it is in that period one started to see and hear the likes of Richard Frederick and others saying, hello, we have to do this, that, and so on. What you are beginning to see as well here is Peter had doubts. I've been listening to his commentaries and his analyses in the past week, and they have moved slowly towards what he has been saying as of last night, moving from the likelihood of a close fight to the possibility of the UWP losing. What I'd like to raise with him when he comes back is that he was always of the view that independence would not have made it, and he didn't think Stephenson King or Richard Frederick would have been able to carry those seats as independents. Richard has proved him wrong, and King is most likely on the way to proving him wrong again on these two issues. So I'd rather wait and hear how he comes back on that. But I think Rick has some.
Yeah, hold that point, Rick. Rick. Just hold that point, because we have some new results coming from Grosile. Kenson Casimir of the SLP, 3,881 votes, or 59.7% of the votes. De Carres of the NGP, 37. Montoute of the United Workers' Party, 2,584, or 39.7% of the vote. And Casimir is leading by 1,297. Rick.
Yeah, but we also have Dominic Fede over in Ancillary at 1,110. Wayne Girard is at 1,049. Avalon Joseph at 7. Slight lead there for Fede at 61. 9 ballot boxes counted now out of the 21. We had 101 votes rejected over in Ancillary.
And Fede is leading by about what, 51 votes?
He is at 61.
61
a lead of 61.
Okay. Frederick?
I mean, did anybody really consider Richard and King independents? And the pollsters not playing around, looking at them as if indeed they were genuine independents? We know the circumstances. What do you think, Robert?
Except that I don't agree. In the case of Stephenson King, one generally rejects the view that he should have planned his move to suit how people should feel. The thing about he took too late, why didn't he do it earlier, etc., etc.
Oh, but that is not what I'm considering at all.
No, I'm responding. Yeah. I'm responding here. I'm saying that in the context of King and Frederick, they have shown that it's not a matter of independence not having the possibilities of winning. It's a matter of how politics is played, how elections are fought at the time, in the place, on the ground. Mr. Samuel,
or how you employ strategies. How you employ strategies. How you utilize the strategies.
The point I was making is that it was unreasonable to expect and to accuse Stephenson King of being a Labourite. Put ourselves in Stephenson King's place. How could he have decided that he's going to just cross the floor from the UWP to the SLP in a crowded SLP? Stephenson King's objective for moving out of the UWP was not because he loved the SLP, it was because he felt that the UWP that he helped build had been kidnapped, and it was no longer the UWP, Sapa Flambeau, like many others have felt. And I think it's disingenuous to suggest that he is in a plot with Philip Pierre, and therefore he left because he was promised a cabinet position, etc. I more see Stephenson King being interested in taking back control of the UWP rather than going to try to be a prime minister in an SLP.
Dr. Samuel, we have some results coming from the Babuno constituency that you could share with the audience.
I think we have had those results already.
Okay, I think we've gone through that result, so let's turn our attention to ancillary canneries, where Dominic Fede, 1,238, that's Dominic Fede of the United Workers' Party, of 49.9% of the votes. Wayne Girard of the SLP, 1,235 votes, or 49.8%. Avalon Joseph of the NGP, 7, or 0.3%. So Fede is leading by a paltry 3.
We also have down over in Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte with a lead of 25 over Herod Stanislas. Stanislas at 773 and Emma Hippolyte at 798.
So as soon as we have some more results, we'll share them with you, Rick.
Again, with what Earl was saying that's not quite what I meant. I've said it before on television, that I was not interested in his strategy. Steve knows his politics, and I'm sure it wasn't a sudden decision. In 2016, I interviewed him, and the first thing I asked him, do you feel betrayed? And he said right there, yes, I feel betrayed. So who's to say that Stephenson King, the experienced politician that he is, has not been planning his next move from 2016. So I didn't see him as a guy who just suddenly made a decision or whatever. I thought he was very clever. He's a very good politician, very, very good politician. But to look at Steve and judge him like regular independents who come in here from nowhere and you know they're going independent. That's why they don't even have the run. But you couldn't put the normal independent yardstick against Stephenson King, is what I'm saying. Neither Richard, in their circumstances. Of course, you can guess what they're going to do next. That's their strategy. But to judge them as you might other independents would be a mistake. It was a mistake.
You agree, Earl?
Yeah, one of the differences with this election is the fact that for the very first time in its history, the Labour Party has not competed with an entire slate. For the first time in its history as well, it has gone into a tactical alliance with two independents. I mean, the Labour Party must have thought deeply to have agreed to a strategy in which it is going into an election 2 seats short.
Which I didn't, this is why something of the strategy I did not understand. Why they kept actually making a big deal of, they couldn't even feel 17. Of course they were feeling 17. we will have to see how that worked out. They couldn't get all the seats. That was, I hope this was just a put out there, but it seemed to me people actually believed, because they were saying out there, look at them, what kind of party is this? They can't fill all the seats. They did.
We have some results coming in, this time from Dennery South. Edmund Estefan of the United Workers' Party, 804, or 45.4% of the votes, the incumbent. And Paul Prosper of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 967, or 54.6% of the vote. And Prosper is ahead by 163 votes. And we hopefully will have some more results to share with you from the other constituencies. Is that some fresh results from Dennery North? An update from Dennery North. Edward of the SLP, 1,254, or 57.1%. Wendell George of the NGP, 2, or 0.1%. And Angelina Farah Polius of the UWP, 940, or 42.8% of the vote. and 314. That's the lead which Sean Edward of the St. Lucia Labour Party enjoys right now.
An update from Castries South as well. Cantoni of the NGP at 18, Ernest Hilaire incumbent 870 of the Labour Party, Birch Johannes at 414. 7 of the ballot boxes have been counted out of the 23. So far we've had 1,306 votes cast out of 9,554 of the registered electors. So Hilaire with a lead of 456 at this time.
Okay. Rick, I see there's a steady lead there. Again, the St. Lucia Labour Party candidates in the likes of Dr. Ernest Hilaire in that Castries South constituency, because he led by just, what, 43 votes?
We've seen, sorry to do that, but we've seen a flip there over in ancillary canneries. Fede is now at 1,360. Girard is at 1,364, with Avalon Joseph at 7 for the NGP. So Wayne Girard is now ahead by 4 votes. 11 of the 21 ballot boxes counted at this time.
Eric, you're about to make
another phenomenon. You notice that this guy, Johannes?
Big Daddy.
Did you ever meet him, Dick?
I grew up with him. He's from La Talk, I'm from Hospital Road.
Huh?
We grew up together.
You worked together?
Grew up together.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. You know him?
Yeah, joining communities.
Well,
Hospital Road,
they were much closer of late.
I found it amusing that this guy never appeared on television, never gave an interview. I mean, that was amazing, and I figured the United Good Party had some secret strategy for this guy. You know, he must have something cornered. I just didn't get it. I still don't get it, because I never met him. I called him a number of times hoping to get him on my show. I thought it might be curious to have him on. Never answered. You know, so I really thought this was a special strategy sort of. Well, evidently, it wasn't.
We have some results coming from Choiseul Saldibus. Dr. Samuel?
Yes, in Choiseul we have Pauline Antoine Prosper still trailing John Bradley Felix by some 485 votes. She is now at 1,177 or 41.4% compared to Bradley at 1,662 votes or 58.4%. Clearly, Mr. Felix has been perhaps the better performer of the UWP team so far. He has maintained a lead throughout the night over his challenger, Ms. Antoine Prosper. Mrs. Gilbertha St. Rose now has 5 votes, and we have a very disturbing statistic all night of a high level of rejected ballots. And I think this is an area I would like to see a discussion, because something must be wrong that we continue to have such a high number of rejected ballots.
But Dr. Samuel, do you think it's deliberate? Do you think some form of protest?
I can't say no. I can't say that, but I just think after all that had happened before, I thought that the education, the work, you know, to inform electors how to cast a ballot, which really to ensure 2 intersecting lines really in between 2 other lines, should not be such that in the 21st century we are having that high level of rejected ballots.
And that highest number there out of Castries Southeast, 345 rejected votes or ballots.
And some of it bears, to my mind, bears some sort of investigation to get at least a report what really is, what have been found in terms of what is causing this rejected ballots. What's that about?
Did you see this Facebook message going around?
Okay, we have an update in Barbados that I'd like to share with the audience, and then we hear from you, Rick. So we have some results. Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot of the SLP, 2,099 or 49.9% of the vote. Ezekiel Joseph, the incumbent of the UWP, 2,105 votes. He's ahead by just 6 votes. Peter, we are joined by Peter now, but Rick, let me hear you before we turn our attention to Peter. I think you wanted to make an observation.
I didn't get that.
You wanted to make an observation moments ago?
Yeah, I was asking you, are you aware of this Facebook message, this Facebook expose that was going on, that a cousin of one of the candidates was photographed with what appeared to be ballots? Or did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it in Facebook.
I thought it strange that it was left to him to defend himself on that and say it was not true, and that the electoral office itself didn't come out and say it's fake. Because it seems to me that if in fact it's real, the electoral office has some questions to answer.
Yeah, but I think it's suggesting that he's an electoral worker as well.
The what?
An electoral worker.
Yeah, but whatever the reason is, the impression is out there was something hanky-panky.
Right.
And for us, the electorate, we needed to know, have the confidence that this was either right and he was caught, or it was wrong, and the electoral department cleared that up.
We have some results. This time coming from Castries East, Dr. Joseph?
Samuel?
Dr. Samuel, sorry.
Castries East, Fortuna Belrose, some distance away, less than half of what has been polled for Philip J. Pierre. She's at 671 or 32%. Yubadullah Mohammed, 15%, less than 1%. 15, votes, or less than 1% of the votes cast. And the leader of the SLP, Mr. Philip J. Pierre, is now at 1,413, a lead of 742. After 14 ballot boxes have been counted, and out of 33 ballot boxes. 2,118 votes so far has been cast out of 12,000. So again, some distance to go, only 16.63% of the votes so far have been cast.
Okay, I think we have some new results from Vieux-Fort North
as well. Moses Jean-Baptiste, 1,559. Vincent London is now up at 1,020. A lead there for Jean-Baptiste, 539. 13 of the 17 ballot boxes have been counted at this time. We have 29 ballots rejected over in Vieux-Fort North.
Okay, an update from Castries South. Cantoni of the NGP, 18 or 1.2%. Dr. Hilaire of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 983 or 66.4%. And Bertrand Birch Johannes of the UWP, 480 votes or 32.4%. I think we could hear now from Peter is back with us. Peter Wiggum?
Yeah, hey, sorry about that little break in transmission. This is a competing station in the region that had an interest in what's going on in St. Lucia.
Okay.
But to get back to the conversation, and we were talking about this whole question of the high number of spoiled votes, which is a compelling one. There are two things that are possible. We see high levels of spoiled votes in countries in which overseas voting has become a phenomenon, where persons essentially are brought to the country to participate, and they feel obligated to mark their X, but they're not comfortable to support the person or party that may have brought them in. I don't know that St. Lucia has any significant quantity of that going on, largely because it's COVID and that wouldn't have been possible. So the other possibility comes to mind, which is that people are touching the box when they mark the X. The tradition or the standard across the region now has changed significantly, and most of the legislation has been amended to allow for what you call an expression of intention. So once a person puts a mark, whether it be a smudge, whether it be kisses, whatever, in the box, sometimes they may put 2 X's in the box. Once there is a clear intention regarding the person for whom they have voted, if they put a tick, that is considered applicable. I'm not sure about the legislative position in St. Lucia, but I am of the opinion that this may very well be a reflection of the fact that you have to place an X in the direct center, and many people are not able to do that with the enthusiasm and excitement of an election where you may touch the box, and even though you intend to vote for candidate A, because you touch the box, then they say, well, it's a spoiled ballot. If the tradition across the region is that we go in the direction of intention, if the legislative change has not yet been made, maybe it's something that should be put on the agenda for electoral reform, so that any expression of intention for a candidate is essentially enough to go forward.
But you don't think it's showing some form of dissent, some protest, Peter?
I mean, it could be, but I'm not inclined to think that, normally if persons want to protest, they just don't participate. There's no compulsion on their part to actually participate. If an analysis of the spoiled votes is done and people have voted for both candidates, then clearly that's a protest. But in most instances, and I think the most recent one we had was in St. Kitts, and where you had a high level of spoiled votes, it was this whole question of intention, and people touched the corner of the box. On one of the occasions that I voted, I spoiled the ballot accidentally because I touched the corner, and then I realized that this was a spoiled ballot. I caught it quickly enough that I was able to go and turn it in, get another one, and vote properly. But in many instances, people don't realize, and I feel that this may very well be the case. I'm not inclined to think that it is protest, because what is there to protest really? I mean, if you feel that that's the case, that you don't have a choice, then you vote for both, and that's a different type of spoiled ballot. The other thing I wanted to comment on too was the ancillaries result, because in the time that I was off air, it has narrowed significantly to the point where it is now competitive again. And that's one of the marginal seats that I'm looking at. And it's interesting that has, in more recent times, become competitive to the point where it's within a few percentage points, which basically tells me that maybe the night isn't completely over yet. We may very well have some close races. The points that were being made regarding the future of Stevenson King, it was intriguing, because my question is, what happens if at the end of this night, Philip Jean-Pierre does not need Stevenson King to form a government? And then what happens if he does need him to form a government? And I think that both of those are compelling questions that will be asked regarding what his intention is in Parliament and in terms of where he wants to go. The idea of him attempting to lead UWP once more from inside Parliament is intriguing, but honestly I think that there's too much trust that has been lost in that regard. And I think that he will end up within a St. Lucia Labour Party government, which is going to be interesting. A St. Lucia Labour Party government with two former prime ministers and one potential prime minister, and a leader who doesn't necessarily have all the strength and the charisma that we've known in the past. Although being a nice guy, is going to be a fascinating political watch over the next 5 years.
Dr. Samuel, Dr. Samuel, results over in Barbados?
Well, we reported those earlier on.
Okay, so Ezekiel Joseph leading by 63 votes? I think we reported on this earlier on. Peter, what do you make of Richard Frederick being declared the winner of Castries Central as an independent candidate, winning by 605 votes?
Yeah, I mean, I think I had said that of the two independent candidates, he was the one I was expected to come through, and he came through. So that certainly didn't surprise me. The one that's surprising me is King, but he's going to be there. So the question is, again, will he be needed to form a St. Lucia Labour Party government? And if so, will he be sitting as a minister within that administration? If he is not needed, and he sits in Parliament as an independent that does a whole ministerial office, so he's part of the backbench, so to speak, in Parliament, what kind of role or posture will he take up? And again, both of those are fascinating likely outcomes. So at the end of the night, the question of marginality, I think if this is a marginal win, it will make it difficult for Philip Jean-Pierre to manage these individuals. If he gets a decisive win, he can essentially jettison the Fredericks and Kings to a backbench, then I think that he's in a considerably stronger position in terms of management of St. Lucia's affairs and also of the Labour Party going forward.
Rick?
But just to, before Rick comes in, just to tell you, sorry Rick, but we do have that seesaw continuing over in Ancillary. Fede is now back up by 42. He's at 1,497. Wayne Girard is at 1,455. And NGP Avalon Joseph at 7. We have 12 of the ballot boxes counted now out of the 21. Rick?
There is a tendency to underestimate Philip. There's a tendency. We also tend to forget that this guy, how this guy started. You know, he tells a story himself. And Earl might know something about that. When Philip first came into politics, he almost didn't get into politics because the Labour Party, at the Kenya Anthony's time, was broke. And the idea right there at a big meeting, I don't know if you were there, Earl, if you'd come back yet from Guyana, the idea was, we don't have any money, so let's spend some money in the places that are strong. I'm sure you've heard me say that story before. And I thought that was crazy. You should spend the money where you had a good candidate, but it was going against Lansico. And thankfully they did. And he ended up topping the polls. So whoever underestimated Philip, and I think he's ambivalent about hearing the comparison of him and Lansico, although lately he's been saying some nice things about Lansico, right? There are great similarities. Those guys have a grip on their constituency. It's almost cultish. Father and children kind of relationship.
We have an update over in Dennery South. Edmund Estefan, the incumbent of the United Workers' Party, 855 or 45.7% of the vote. Paul Prosper of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 1,017 or 54.3% of the vote. Prosper leading now by 162. That's over in the Dennery South constituency. 1,948 votes cast out of 5,391 total electors.
And the suggestion that these guys would crash a la the famous struggle back in '79, was it? It's a good dream, but I don't think that's likely to happen. And if only for selfish reasons, it's not going to happen. And to underestimate Philip Pierre is very, very wrong. To underestimate him, I firmly believe that anybody challenges Philip Pierre's position is going to get in trouble.
I would add to that and say that I agree with Rick, because historically, when Philip returned here from University of the West Indies, he was considered, who's going to vote for that guy? He's too radical. He was considered too radical. And then 20, 30 years later, you hear that he ain't hot enough. He's not shouting. He's not making noise. And I kept telling people, Philip J. Pierre is somebody who will play there to see who will come to his funeral. He has made the point in response to people who took him on about his speech, and he made that simple point that at college he was always better in maths than English. I was better in English than maths. But Philip J. Pierre said in his most recent interview that his calculated approach to winning his seat is to ensure that in every single box he has the number of votes required to ensure that he wins, and that in elections you don't lose by one vote. You either win or you lose. So to say that I got close to winning, there's nothing like that in politics.
Dr. Samuel, let's bring you in there with some results coming from the Dennery North constituency.
Yes, in Dennery North, the incumbent Sean Edwards continues to build a lead. He's now at 2,058 votes, or 52.8%, a lead of some 229 over the main challenger in Angelina Ferropolius. She is at 1,829 or 47% of the vote after 17 ballot boxes have been counted out of 20. So only 3 ballot boxes left, and 68 votes again have been rejected so far in this race. The third candidate, Mr. George Wendell George of the NGP, is at 8 votes, or 0.2%. At this point, we have just below half of the votes cast, 3,963 votes out of 8,706 votes. Yes, so that's where we are in Dennery North.
Okay, so again, Sean Edward ahead by some 229 votes in the Dennery North constituency, and we are waiting some more results. Right.
Is it the first time that we've had 2 former prime ministers as MPs?
No, I don't think it's the first time, no.
Who did we have before?
There would have been other instances before, but 2 former prime ministers in administration.
Yeah, you have Kenny, and you have King. That's 2 former prime ministers. Yeah. We've had that before?
I don't think. I don't think
it's the first time. And what would be interesting is to see if Kenny continues as a member of parliament or in the cabinet. As an MP, yeah, to see how long before he decides, okay, I've had enough of that. There are other things I can do more interesting while I can.
But don't you think win or lose that was inevitable?
That was always a thought.
Yeah.
And probably end up having a by-election for somebody we all suspect might be in the wing. Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, talking about Dr. Anthony, we have another update, this time in VA4 South. Dr. Kenny Anthony of the SLP, 1,779 votes, or 65.8%. Herman Francis of the UWP, 926, or 34.2%. 2,762 votes cast out of 9,611 total electors, so we still have some way to go. Peter, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Any observations?
I had a question for you, remember?
I was actually about to make a point. Yes, this is in terms of the leadership up here. Don't think for 1 minute that I'm trying to suggest that he's anything less than an outstanding individual as a politician. He's a person that I have considerable respect for. The point is that if you look at marginal administrations across the region, for example, certainly one was led by Ralph Gonzalez. For a considerable period of time. Invariably, it takes a whole lot of charisma and a whole lot of political brinksmanship. The reality is that it is not a question of what Philippe Jean-Pierre has as an individual, but it's going to be more a question of what he is given by the St. Lucia electorate. And I will continue to argue that if the St. Lucia electorate does not give him a generous majority tonight, it's going to be difficult for him to manage those personalities. You do not want a situation where your majority is relying on 2 individuals who are independents that are sitting with you, especially if one of them is Frederick, because he's been known to be a volatile commodity in the past. So this is the point that I am making, and I don't think that it will be anything that he himself as an individual loses or does not have. I think it is a real question of what the electorate decides to give him. And I think that at this stage, he would be hopeful that the electorate says to him, I will give you a government that you can survive without these 2 individuals if necessary, which means that it weakens them considerably going forward.
Are you,
yeah, Peter, you keep taking that point about the likelihood of the 2 independents being part of a Labour cabinet. I do remember Philippe Jean-Pierre making the point when he announced that the party would be contesting 15 and not 17. He did make the point that nobody seems to remember, and that is that neither of the 2 independent candidates had applied to join the Labour Party. And the only way one could become a member of the Labour Party or to be in the cabinet of a Labour Party is to be a member. And Mr. Pierce said that neither Mr. Frederick nor Mr. King had applied to become members of the Labour Party. So how would they be joining a Labour cabinet without having applied to join the Labour Party? But secondly, I had a question while you were out. You might look at both at the same time, and that is, how do you explain the absence of accurate polls in St. Lucia from the standpoint that I cannot remember when last there has been an accurate poll, and you're in the polling business. Perhaps you could tell us whether you did any polls for St. Lucia for this election, any polls, so that we could find out, if not, why you didn't.
Okay. No, but I mean, let's have the polling discussion on another occasion. And the reality now is that we're talking about this whole question of how did they end up in the cabinet. You can look at Dominica in recent times, where there was an accommodation that allowed persons who were not member of a Labour Party government to sit with the Labour Party. You can look at St. Kitts Nevis, where you have an accommodation and you could allow persons who were not members of a party to sit in the government. The nature of an accommodation, it just says just that. It says, I will accommodate persons with a different political persuasion to sit with me in government, even though they may not be part of the party. So it's entirely possible. And I think that the question will be, if they are needed to be part of the government, then he will have to call upon them. If his numbers are not strong, it would make sense to place them under the whip of cabinet to ensure that you have loyalty going forward, to ensure that you have a stable administration. So it is entirely possible, and it has nothing to do with whether or not they're members of the Labour Party, because the region is replete with examples of persons who sat with a government that are not members of the party that is in a majority position, because that is what an accommodation essentially achieves. As to the matter of polling, I've said repeatedly that polls are private enterprises, right? I did polls in St. Lucia up to very recently. Polls were commissioned. The point is that it is not my property. It is for the individual that commissioned the polls to release it. And I keep saying that if persons in the media feel that poll data is something that they want, they should commission polls themselves, and then they will be published on each and every occasion. A lot of the comments that I have been making have been made against the background of poll data that I have, and to be quite frank, I would be happy to release it into the public domain, but if it is not my property, it is not for me to do that. So maybe in the wake of this election, I can ask my client if they have an interest in having the poll data released, and I think it would be quite illuminating for persons like yourself. I don't know whether the Labour Party commission polls, it's possible that they may have, whether the UWP commission polls, but it's not. Poll data doesn't belong to me. I'm commissioned, I collect the data, it's prepared, the reports are presented, and my clients have the opportunity, if they so desire, to release the polls into the public domain. So I'm happy anytime I do a poll to have it released, but you can't say that there's no accurate polling done, because frankly you don't know whether there might be.
Okay, we have some results. Rick, we come to you in just a bit. We have results coming from Castries South. Let's join Dr. Samuel.
Yes, over in Castries South, the same pattern we have seen all night continues. The incumbent, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, now has 66.5% of the votes in his favor, and has increased his lead to by 910 over Mr. Johannes. He's now at 1,791 compared to Mr. Johannes's 881, or 32.7% of the vote. At least in that particular constituency, the number of rejected votes look more sort of normal, or at least consistent with the level of votes cast in that sample. So 14 ballot boxes have been counted, and out of the 23 total. In aggregate terms, we have 2,707 votes cast out of 9,554 registered or total electors, some 28 or just short of 1/3 of the votes eligible to be cast.
I think we have results from another
Castries
constituency,
Southeast.
from Castries Southeast. Dr. Samuel, Castries Southeast?
Yes, no, it's not on this board here.
Okay, well, okay, I think we have ancillary.
Yes, we do have ancillary where the race is, I think Lisa may have given those already, but 42 votes adrift, a very tight race there. It's been flipping back and forth in recent times. Dominic Fady at 1,497, just over 50.6%, 50%. Mr. Wayne Girard at 1,455, and Avalon Joseph at 7. I think Lisa gave those. Again, a high number of rejected votes, 123, which is statistically significant and begs investigation and scrutiny.
But just before we move on to Castries Southeast, in ancillary there and updates coming in preliminary, Fede is now at 1,609, Wayne Girard 1,534, and Avalon Joseph of NGP 7. So Fede is back in the lead with a 75. 132 votes rejected and 13 ballot boxes counted so far.
Okay. Rick?
Down to Castries
Okay, we have another
Southeast.
result.
Yeah,
Hold
we
on.
do have Castries Southeast. Joachim Henry, 1,705. Guy Joseph, 1,409. Again, the rejected ballots there, 362. 16 ballot boxes have been counted out of the 35 total.
And Joachim in the lead by 221.
By 296.
296, okay.
Yes.
Eric?
You're always after the fact, but what would stop the independents now applying to the Labour Party? Because after all, it seems a lot of people want them in the Labour Party.
But to be part of what I think that's what Peter is saying. Peter is saying that to be a part of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration does not mean that you automatically must apply to join the party.
No, but what Philip has been saying is they have not applied. That's been his answer to the question. I would imagine he has a very good reason for phrasing his answer that way. They have not applied. And they too, King was very particular in underscoring that too. I have never applied. I have not applied. Remember the response he came up with? I find that coincidence interesting now, that they have not applied. Maybe they will apply now.
Yeah, Peter?
No, but Timothy, I'm saying I can't see any logical reason why either of them would want to apply for membership in a Labour Party government. If you can win a seat as an independent and you have the opportunity to appeal to both sets of voters, UWP voters, Stevenson King is running in a constituency where there's 75% of people in there are loyal or previously were loyal to the UWP. It would make a whole lot more sense for him to maintain that independent stance if he can be part of the government. Why would he go and apply for Labour Party membership now, especially as he has insisted before that he's not red, he's blue? So I think that it would be in his interest and the interest of Fredericks to say, I will continue to maintain this independent stance, and if they can have an accommodation that allows them to serve within the government, their negotiating power is enhanced considerably by being able to retain their independence, but yet still serve in a government based on an accommodation. And as I said, there are so many examples in which accommodations have worked out and have worked out quite well in some instances. Maybe when the next election comes, they may have a different opinion, but certainly for now, it makes a whole lot of sense to maintain independence.
Yeah, but you know, you're making those suggestions and arriving at those conclusions totally outside of whatever strategy they may have. Who knows what what is between the Labour Party and Richard Frederick? He's made no secret of his wanting to associate with the Labour Party, use my hand and all that stuff. The reason he didn't apply to the Labour Party, it seems to me, would have more to do with Labour Party's strategy at the moment than afterwards. And let's not forget, something similar happened with the UWP back in what was the year, 2006?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, with Richard Frederick?
Yeah.
Yes, in March of 2006.
Yeah, Gordon Compton didn't want to know. Which is also very funny when you think, something occurs to me. There's some very funny things that been there, done that, Tim. I just was just looking at that. The matter of Sapafla Bow, you know, Compton handpicked Alan Chasney. He handpicked him. Chastney
Handpicked him in what way?
he went and got him, first of all, as an independent, as a senator.
Yeah.
He got him.
To serve as Tories minister.
Yeah, and then King, what happened there? He worked with King. What happened after that? How did he get back in the government? He won the
leadership of the party.
Exactly. So, but Compton first brought him in, is what I'm saying. There was a reluctance.
Well, not necessarily with the intention to lead the United Workers Party, but we have some additional results to share from Chazelle. Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper of the SLP, 1,382, receiving 42.4% of the vote. Bradley Felix of the UWP, 1,873, or 57.5% of the votes. And Dr. Gilbertha St. Rose of the NGP, 5, or 0.2%. And Bradley Felix leading now by 491.
But we do have Miku South as well coming in. Gibeon Ferdinand, SLP 989. Melanie Freight, the Independent, 3. Alan Chastney 1,444. A lead there by 455. 42 votes rejected. 12 ballot boxes have been counted out of the 18 total.
Eric?
Yeah, Compton wasn't thinking leadership, and I wasn't thinking either. He brought him into the party. I know that. I know it intimately. He brought him into as a senator. With Richard Frederick, he was reluctant, and when after Richard, his words are markedly pilotish. You asked for him, I give him to you. Remember that?
Yeah.
And there were a lot of other stuff. That's for another time. Okay. So I didn't quite understand. I thought that was badly played too, the Sapa Fambo, the reaction of the United Workers Party to that. They almost didn't take it on.
You're saying that they should have been challenged? Because I think in muted terms they did address it by saying, and particularly the supporters, by saying political parties must evolve. And yes, this is not the party of John Compton because he has died.
Not with the allegations being thrown out. It was not evolution. Not with those allegations. Those allegations needed to be taken care of.
Okay, we have another update, this time from Castries South, and involving the incumbent. That's the Southeast. Okay, Joachim Henry of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 2,377, or 53.5% of the votes. Guy Joseph, the incumbent, 2,069, and Joachim Henry leading there by 308 votes. 4,531 votes cast out of 15,000. So you have at least another 9,000 odd votes again. We have another update, this time an update coming from Soufrière Emma Hippolyte of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 978, or 50.1% of the vote. Harold Stanislas of the UWP, the incumbent, 976, or 49.9% of the votes. And Emma Hippolyte leading there by 2 votes. Very interesting contest taking place there in Soufrière. I turn my attention now to Peter Wickham of Cadres. Yes, Peter, any observations from your standpoint?
Well, I think I remember the last thing that we were talking about, we were discussing this whole question of independence and the independent runs and so on. And I appreciate that the history, especially as Richard Fredericks is concerned, is a complex one. But I think that we have to appreciate that the two individuals had slightly different strategies going in. One was blue, and one was well, I guess he was pink. Reddish, and clearly Frederick seems to have more of an interest in association than King does at this stage. But of course, going forward, we have to see what these individuals decide to do, and as I said, the extent to which they are needed. But I'm fascinated by the races in Ancillary and also Soufriere, and the extent to which they seem to be tightening as the night goes on. These are
hold that point, Peter, because we have a declaration to make. Babonneau has been declared. Babonneau has been retained by Ezekiel Joseph, 2,820 votes, receiving 51.4% of the votes, to Virginia Albert Poyot's 2,666, or 48.6% of the votes, and Ezekiel Joseph winning the Babonneau seat by 154 votes. So once again, Ezekiel Joseph winning the Babonneau constituency by 154 votes, and in the 2016 election, he won that seat by 1,305 votes. So I understand we have to declare another seat, and there's a declaration there involving the Dennery North constituency, and we'll be able to share with you the statistics in just a bit. But I'm being told that we're in a position to declare the Dennery North constituency, and as soon as we receive that go ahead from the all right, so so what we'll do, we'll hold on a little bit on the Dennery North as far as the outcome of that seat. But so far with the results we have is that Sean Edward is leading by some 229 votes, and we'll be able to so my producer is saying that there's an error on our part. It has not been declared. Again, Dennery North has not been declared, but the incumbent is leading by some 229 votes.
Tim, let me throw an interesting bone out there. If it turns out that the Labour Party had its way, and you were Alan Chastanet in his circumstances, and Labour having its way, would you continue?
If I were Alan Chastanet? To save
or do you think he's got a heavy decision to make?
I think he has a heavy decision to make. I did pose that same question to him on last Friday, and he did not answer that question. It was hypothetical, because what he was saying is he would not entertain the thought of defeat.
I heard that, yeah.
At all. But
and that's correct.
I think you would have to give it very close consideration as to whether he determines to stick around and clean up the mess, or whether he decides to leave at some point in time. But in terms of the makeover, that definitely will be for the executive of the United Workers Party.
I wasn't thinking of a makeover. I was talking about Chastanet himself. The target, he's been a major target, rightly or wrongly, or with or without merit. He's been a major target. I mean, even down to the color of his skin, let's face it. Whether not by Philip and them, certainly by others, let's not pretend.
And wholeheartedly we know that he will be blamed for the defeat, as has been the case with all political leaders when they are defeated.
Well, that goes without saying, especially those who perform very badly, and those of us who are on the ground, and I mean live in St. Lucia, would know who they are. They too would be blaming him for everything. I wouldn't be surprised to hear them blaming him for his color.
Okay, we have some new results coming from Ancillary Canaries. Dominic Fede, 1,609 votes. Wayne Girard of the SLP, 1,534. And Avalon Joseph of the NGP, 7. Fede leading there by some 75 votes. Peter, you wanted to make some observations?
Yeah, no, the observation I wanted to make with respect to Babno has now been declared, and I mean the victory there by Joseph is 51%. Is really quite shocking. He won that seat in 2016. He had a 60% level of popular support. So we're talking about a swing of the order of 9 percentage points, and that's big. It does, I mean, it's a victory. A victory is a victory, but in final analysis, there's no way that you should have been able to bring Babino in that level. If we project that 9% across the board, you know, it's devastating for the UWP, which raises the other question that the gentlemen were asking about the future of Alachastani. My position in terms of leadership in the Caribbean has always been one that says that, you know, you do your party a favor if after losing you move on. Because politics is such that you don't really get second chances. And I mean, my view was the same for Kenny Anthony when he lost on the on the first occasion, even before he lost on the second occasion, that you give your party the opportunity to breathe as a former leader when you move on. If you remain in politics and you remain active, there will always be a support level for you, and there will always be a hankering to get back in terms of some people's ideas that you would be the best person to lead. And my feeling would be that, you know, that would be also the strategy that he ought to follow. I don't know, he's a young politician in the sense that he's only just basically been in politics. He just has 5 years in Parliament. He was able to move from being out of Parliament to being Prime Minister. He may sit uncomfortably on the opposition benches, and he may want to ask himself whether or not he continues. But my thing is always that, you know, your first meeting as a losing leader should be one in which your leader is put up, your leadership is put up for grabs, and the opposition is given an opportunity to choose someone other than yourself to lead it going forward. That sadly is not part of the Westminster tradition that we have taken in the Caribbean. But I think it is something that would make a whole lot of sense in several instances across the Caribbean. As I said, when Kenny Anthony lost the first time, that was also my view, and it will continue to be my view this time.
We do have a declared winner over in Castries South. Ernest Hilaire, the incumbent, has retained with 2,789. Johannes with 1,453. Ernest Hilaire winning there by 1,336. So Ernest Hilaire declared winner there in Castries South.
Okay, so that's a declaration there. Moving from a lead of 43 votes during the 2016 general election, when his challenger was former president of the Civil Service Association, Mary Isaac, to now comfortable lead, 1,336. Once again, that seat has been declared for Dr. Ernest Hilaire of the St. Lucia Labour Party, polling 2,789 votes to Birch Johannes's 1,453. Is that, Peter, again, is that indicative of the swing against the government, the United Workers' Party?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Ernest Hilaire is now looking like a leader. I mean, he has 66% support in constituency, and that's the kind of knock that you would expect of either a captain or somebody who pretends to be captain in the future. And I think that he is sitting relatively more comfortably than last time around. I mean, last time around his numbers were quite shocking. With this Indians behind it, and that kind of performance, he can now look towards a future in the leadership of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So I think that he should be quite happy. And yes, the swing is about 15% based on last year, and I think that is a healthy outcome for the Labour Party in that constituency for Ernest Hilaire.
Wow, hold on there, because we have a new development, shocking development with regard to the Babino seat. There is a recount, and Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot has been declared the winner by 4 votes.
Alvina again.
Okay, so this is a situation that we experienced in 2011. First, Ezekiel Joseph being declared winner, and subsequently Alvina Reynolds winning that seat. So it's deja vu. Yeah.
You mean Albert Poyet, Virginia Albert Poyet, not Alvina
Okay.
Reynolds.
All right, so we are being told that there's some ballots still to be counted. But let me speak to my producers. Is this error coming from, therefore, being made by the electoral department,
By the electoral
office? Okay. So the results that we're showing coming from directly from the electoral department, and so there's still some ballots to be counted. Because if what I'm reading on the screen there is correct, 6,081 votes cast out of 12,442 total electors, and both also have 50%, and so therefore that declaration should not have been made. So we still have some votes to be counted as far as the Babonneau constituency is concerned. We just hope that this will not end in controversy or even end before the courts, as was the case in 2011. Those are the kind of things that you definitely want to avoid. Okay, so 32 ballot boxes have been counted out of 33. So there's still one ballot box that is pending, yet to be counted, and unfortunately we had this declaration being made prematurely as far as Babonneau is concerned. Rick, I see that...
No, have they said it's premature?
It is, yeah. It is. There's still one more ballot box to be...
It's reminiscent of last elections.
2011, not 2016.
And by the way, those court cases are pending?
Still before the, yeah, still pending.
Oh, man.
In the Gros Islet, between Emma Hippolyte and Leonard Spider-Montut, and also Babonneau, Alvina, and Mr. Ezekiel Joseph. Peter, what are your thoughts, sir?
No, but the Babonneau result, regardless of what happens, we are at a situation now where we're looking at a marginal outcome in a constituency that was almost a safe seat for the UWP. And I think that tells a story all in itself, because the swing to get from 60% to marginal is high. So I think that there's some discomfort that the UWP needs to be experiencing today regarding its performance, even in places where it was supposed to be strong. And I think is, how do you get from 3,790 votes and a 60%, well, basically a 20% margin in 2016 to a point now where you're struggling to do recounts and to see whether or not you're going to actually get home 51% of the votes. So there's a need for introspection regardless of the outcome, because these kinds of margins are not what one would expect in a place like Babonneau, which makes ancillary even more interesting, because how do you get a swing that big in Babonneau, and in ancillary you're looking at a level of marginality that suggests that the swing would be, when I was measuring it last time, it was less than 1 percentage point.
Yeah, because Dominic Pede of the United Workers' Party winning the ancillary seat by 385 votes in the 2016 general election. And so again, very interesting, but again, I just hope that in the final analysis this will not end controversially. Your thoughts, Earl?
I think what we are seeing is what we started seeing from the very beginning. The performance of new candidates, particularly the results coming out of Gros Islet, Babonneau, Micoud North, and Slurry Canaries. In each of these constituencies, what you've had are brand new Labour candidates who have done absolutely well. Now, what the results are showing is the traditional two-party system, two-party support. That in the case of Labour, it will come with new candidates and do very well. Some new UWP candidates would also do well because people are not voting on the basis of the novelty of the candidate, but the association of the candidate with a particular party. So I'm not surprised that in Babono, for example, you have that close recount and the result, which I didn't hear what you said, that it was now confirmed or is still in abeyance?
It's still in abeyance because I think
It's still in abeyance. My interest right now is the extent to which the number of rejected ballots would feature in recounts.
So 97% of the votes have been counted, and I think you have the challenger, Virginia Albert Poyot, leading by just 4 votes now. Ahead by just 4 votes. So 2,972 for Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, compared to 2,968 for the incumbent Ezekiel Joseph of the United Workers' Party.
What was it last time, 2?
I think early on it was 2. First she was declared winner, then leading by 2, and now it's 4.
No, I'm saying the election when he
In
lost.
2011 was 2.
Yeah, it was about 2. Yeah.
2.
In 2011.
Yeah.
Yes. Peter, any observations?
Yeah, but I mean, in 2011 it was about 2 votes, but
Yeah.
in 2016, you know, the number was very different. In 2016, it was a substantial UWP lead that we saw.
1,305.
Erosion there.
Yeah.
I was wondering about any ideas regarding the unevenness of the swing in some constituencies where the marginal seats are marginal, but yet still you have big swings in areas like Babylon. It's either that the UWP may have ignored some of those and went for the swing seats, which they were trying to defend and protect, or alternatively that solutions are brought in terms of an expression in different ways across the country for candidates that they may like more or less, which is highly unusual in terms of the politics of the Caribbean, but maybe this is what we're seeing materializing. But that's something that I'm finding fascinating, what you could call a highly uneven swing pattern in relation to individual seats, even though it's all heading in one direction, but it's not necessarily of the same quantities, but that's interesting to me.
But gentlemen, speaking about revisions over in Castries Southeast, Joachim Henry is at 2,756. Guy Joseph, 2,509. 26 of the ballot boxes now counted out of a total of 35. And they've revised the rejected ballots. It has climbed down from the shocking 360 plus. It's now at 95 votes rejected. So a revision there of the rejected ballots for Castries South.
I smell a rat.
So the night is certainly one with twists and turns.
I think just too many so far. Too many twists and turns. Yeah, go ahead.
Peter, does all of this make predicting election results a little more difficult, to say the least now?
Yeah, putting Peter out of business, you think? Putting Peter out of business as opposed
I'm sure Peter will.
I mean, you say that, but you don't know what my predictions were, so it's entirely possible that I may be vindicated tonight. So I don't think it's difficult at all. I think that I'm comfortable, certainly in the work largely unpublished that we have done in St. Lucia, that we have accurately predicted the life cycle of the UWP administration. And, you know, as I've been saying, it's an administration that came in strong, it did extremely well in the last election. It did better, certainly, than we were expecting in terms of cadres in the last election. But clearly there has been a downhill slide from that point until now. My question was whether the election campaign would have been one that would have allowed them to get back, but it doesn't appear to have happened. For me, I think that COVID has a whole lot to do with it, because in terms of my own measurements, I have seen the pre-COVID and the post-COVID assessment, and I'm comfortable that COVID had a tremendous impact, especially as I know the way that St. Lucia is constructed around tourism and tourism economy and things of that nature. So I am happy in terms of my science and the work that we would have done on.
Would you consider?
We're on top of things.
Would you consider that while COVID may have had some kind of fallout, that there were other
Factors.
For once, I'm being diplomatic, and that's why I'm tripping with my tongue. Do you consider there were factors a lot more with greater impact on the electorate than the fallout from COVID, which for the majority may well have been understandable?
To be continued, but Castries South, gentlemen, Castries South and lady, Castries South has been declared the winner, Dr. Ernest Hilaire of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 3,064 to Bertrand Burge Johannes of the UWP 1,635, and Cantoni of the NGP 32. Dr. Hilaire winning by 1,429. Yes, Peter.
Yeah, I was asking him that even though there may be there was fallout from COVID, that are we underestimating people that they didn't understand the fallout from COVID, and underestimating also other factors in this election other than COVID related?
Yeah, no, I think that there are other factors that are non-COVID related. If I were to say that there was a slide in terms of the support for the UWP within the first 2 years of the administration, COVID had nothing to do with that. So clearly there were some factors. I mean, one of them that is clear to me is the fact that St. Lucia is in many ways still more of a Labour Party country than it is a UWP country. When you are operating in that way, you are essentially borrowing support from another administration. And if I were to use the example of Barbados, we ended up with Barbados Labour Party governments in situations where Barbados was DLP country. That has completely changed now. But the reality is that it's something that you have to, it requires work and effort, and it requires a hack in a way that the UWP clearly was not able to do successfully. So in a sense, you're borrowing time. And in a situation where you're borrowing, you may want to operate differently than a situation where you are essentially just governing as though this is support that you naturally have. And I think that what we've seen tonight is a manifestation of the fact that that formula hasn't worked.
Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied
that it could get support based on performance? I'm sorry?
Are you satisfied the administration put up enough of a defense against the consistent allegations of corruption? Because that to me was the biggest blow thrown at them, the most consistent attack.
I think that maybe the administration relied too much on the assumption that people would know that a lot of the allegations were baseless, and I think that is the presumption. I mean, I've listened to a slew of propaganda coming from the St. Lucia Labour Party regarding all kinds of things that weren't based in any.
Yeah, but what do you base that on? That that woman. What do you base that on? That the allegations of corruption that
were baseless.
Did you hear what I said?
Well, obviously I didn't, because let me make my point. Let me make my point. Let me make my point stronger. The allegations of corruption against the government was not just yesterday or 2 days. It's been constant. It's been ubiquitous. That's every day. Not to mention all kinds of leaks and documents and etc. And there were few responses. There were few consistent responses. There were few, credible, because they were lacking the consistency, they were lacking the energy, they were lacking potency. You know,
gentlemen, we have a declaration there in VA4 North. Moses Jean-Baptiste of the St. Louis Labour Party retaining that seat, scoring 1,857 votes, receiving 58.2%, and Vincent London of the United Workers' Party, 1,333, and Moses Jean-Baptiste winning that seat by 524 votes.
Peter, one of the problems that I have in trying to figure out some of the conclusions you arrive at is that you're a professional selling a service.
My apologies, Earl, but we have another result to share with you.
That's what we're here for.
Micoud South, the incumbent, Alan Shastey, 1,904, or 58.8% of the vote. Melanie Fritz, independent candidate, 88 or 2.7%, and Gibeon Ferdinand of the SLP, 1,247 or 38.5%. The lead by the incumbent, Alan Shastey, is 657. You could go ahead and pose your question, Earl. Yes, go ahead, Earl.
I was saying, Peter, that you're a professional offering a service, and you have to please your clients. I have always held, and I discussed that before you came on, we haven't addressed it here, is that the results of the last three elections in 2006, 2011 and 2016, the regime change after each election and the precise 11-6 that was given to each new regime, I treated and have always treated that as a trend, and felt that if it had happened in the last three elections, there's hardly any reason why it would not happen in the fourth. As a scientific pollster, what was your advice to your clients on the possibility of fourth regime change in 5 years? Is it a trend or a series of coincidences, as is being claimed by others?
Right. No, you are calling my integrity and my professionalism into question. I'm a professional pollster. I'm also a professional analyst. And what I bring to tonight is my analytical skills in terms of discussing the outcome of an election, and I have done that in good faith. I'm fascinated that we are discussing questions of what I told a client. I mean, I make a living like anyone else, and I don't apologize for that. But what I told the clients is not on the discussion table here today. No. What we are discussing is the outcome of an election in which we have verifiable evidence regarding how one party performed and the other, and that's what we're discussing. You don't know what I have told my client in relation to trends, and I do agree that you can look at electoral histories and you can determine how they go one way or another, and you can make predictions based on that. But then you also make predictions based on what you see as contemporary evidence on the ground regarding what is likely to be happening. And I think that to me was also part of the equation in the mix that informed my views and opinions in terms of this election. But this thing is a long point, and I get tired of it because it keeps coming up all over and over again. We are on a panel with professionals discussing the outcome of an election in which there have been clear trends. That's what we're discussing. And I'm bringing all of the knowledge and ability that I had gained over the years discussing elections across the region to bear on this conversation. And I think that if we're going to treat to that, let's treat to that. But if you're going to be asking me constantly what my polls said and what I told my clients, you know.
No.
But let's get back out into the field, gentlemen. Just an update for you. Peter, update here. Castries Southeast. Joachim Henry, 3,193. Guy Joseph, 2,949. So a lead there for Henry, 244 vote lead. 29 ballot boxes now.
Yes, Peter, I was saying earlier.
We're being told that Dennery South has now been declared. Dennery South now being declared. We're not seeing it as yet, but there is a declaration being declared there. Prosper for the St. Lucia Labour Party. Paul Prosper being declared victor there in Dennery South.
Okay, so
Mr. Samuel, you want to go over what that data is there for Dennery South?
For Dennery South, we have Mr. Paul Prosper, 1,355 votes, a lead of 194 over the incumbent Mr. Edmund Estefan, 1,161 votes, 46.1%. So a spread of some 7% thereabout. 2,605 votes have been cast out of 5391, so a voted turnout of some 48.32%, which is somewhat low. 13 of the 14 ballot boxes have been counted, so just 92.9% of all votes cast have been counted.
okay, so once again, the Dennery South seat being declared for the St. Lucia Labour Party's Paul Prosper, and Edmund Estefan losing that seat by 194 votes. So, Earl?
Yes, Peter, I was saying there's no need to get hot under the collar by misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when we started off tonight here, I did not know and I was not sure that you were professionally engaged in St. Lucia. And I did respect the fact that you're a professional offering a service.
But
now,
sorry about that, Earl, but can we engage Peter now professionally? And looking at the Dennery South seat, Peter, perhaps you can give us your thoughts there. Edmund Estefan having held that seat at least for the last two consecutive elections.
At least three
consecutive elections. Give us your thoughts on that. Paul Prosper coming in. He, of course, had some extensive ties with the constituency, having worked in the agriculture sector as an agricultural extension officer. So it would have seemed that his community ties served him well.
Yeah, for sure, and certainly if I think earlier in the night I had said that Dennery South, in my opinion, was one of the marginal seats. This was clearly one of the marginals. It was a seat that required a relatively small string to push it over, and what he achieved tonight was essentially twice what was necessary to bring it home. So his string is measuring in the vicinity of 12%, which is a healthy improvement. So yeah, while he would have held it before, I think that the key thing here tonight is that we're seeing it was a marginal seat, and it was a marginal seat that was won. Already the other marginals which have been gone, the Castries Central, that one is gone. Dennery South is gone. Anson-Array hasn't been declared yet, but it seems like it's fighting to hold on. One would expect in a situation like this that all three marginals essentially would have gone the way of the St. Lucia Labour Party, and that appears to be the outcome. When you're seeing the kind of swings in terms of this seat and then in Bobino and so on, it's looking like we are going to see a final swing in the vicinity of probably 10 percentage points, which would turn out to be an opposition that has probably like five seats. We count 3, 4, about 5, 6 seats that they're holding on to, which essentially means a Labour Party government that does not require the two independents in order for them to form a majority.
What is happening right now, Peter? Is it a rejection of the policies of the United Workers Party, or rather the performance of the candidates of the UWP?
Same thing.
I think I'm still going back to this idea that there has not been a wholesale acceptance of the UWP, and I think this is something certainly that I have known a year going in. The UWP was not growing its support. And what you have added on top of that now is COVID, which is fundamentally giving people a reason to not support the UWP going forward. And to me, the analysis of it and the reasons of it are fairly simple in terms of the conclusions to come to, that there was a slide, and ultimately the slide was accelerated because the election was called too late, and essentially we got a situation now where you can't really repair the psychological damage that has been done in terms of people, employment, the economy, and things of that nature.
Rick, if anyone is going to apportion blame at the feet of the political leader of UWP for the defeat of the government, don't you think that automatically that will result in some kind of internecine warfare where people will be calling for his replacement as a political leader of the UWP next time around? Rick? Hello?
I beg your pardon.
Rick is so engrossed there in his phone. Rick, I was just saying, if, for example, what's happening there is a rejection of the policies of the government, and also the fact, as Peter was hinting, that as Prime Minister, Mr. Alan Chastanet delayed calling the elections and putting his party at a serious disadvantage, don't you think that automatically that will cost him his job next time around when there is time to elect or select the next leader for the UWP?
I think Alan Chastanet finds himself in a unique position. I'll be talking my mind on that later on. A very unique situation. I mean, I have never known so many people coming together, odd birds, coming together with one goal in mind. I've named it one St. Lucia. I'm always calling for unity in St. Lucia. Well, there was something of a unifying thing going on in St. Lucia. And I said, I predicted this, you know. I said that either the United Workers' Party wins by a landslide, I think I said that earlier on, or the Labour Party wins by a landslide. It would mean that they bought Alan Chastanet's message of thinking out of the box and projects and a new St. Lucia and all that kind of stuff. Or they would have bought the opposite message of that. Alan Chastanet wants a new St. Lucia to look like Miami. Alan Chastanet was corrupt and all that stuff. So either they bought, and interestingly, all those things remain allegations. You and I have spoken about it. You, in fact, talked a lot about that. There's both sides. Yeah. Forever we've had allegations. It'll be very interesting, keeping in mind that who is this pollster? St. Catherine. What St. Catherine said, that St. Lucians, the electorate doesn't pay much attention to corruption, and went back. And I still don't know that the electorate cares about corruption. But the allegations of corruption work this time, plus people thinking their lands were taken away from them, their properties taken away, their St. Lucianism is taken away from them. You had almost every institution giving a take on it, either collectively or independently, etc. I don't think any Prime Minister has faced that. And that is not to say whether I agree or disagree. That's for another show. But I think the attack, the political attack on Alan Chastanet has been unique, unprecedented, same thing.
And effective? And effective?
Obviously effective, because it'll also be interesting to hear from his people, from his administration, his former administration, what they whisper and who they blame, because you know, you've been in the business long enough to know they will, and I can assure you Alan Chastanet will get blamed, like most leaders do, but in his particular case more than the norm. That's why I asked the question, do you think Alan Chastanet will think it's worth his while to continue. I have a funny feeling his wife will say no. I have a funny feeling his father will say no. And in his circumstances, I probably would say no.
And you have also chances are he could decide to continue. Go ahead, Peter.
What's that?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick intervention because we were talking about this whole thing of corruption, and I think both panelists misunderstood what I said. It is not that I am suggesting that there was nothing in those allegations, but I said I do believe that they did not think that the average solution had bought into these allegations or believed them. So it's not a situation where I'm saying whether the allegations were correct or not, but I'm saying it was obviously a situation where the UWP is saying, but clearly people are not going to buy this. And as a result, they didn't take it on. And that's part of the reason why there was a defense. There was a belief on their part, clearly, that a lot of these things were so ridiculous that people were not going to buy. I can also tell you that across the region, and I mean this is something without fail, that there's probably only one election that has been fought and won on corruption, and that would have been 1986 in Trinidad and Tobago. But generally speaking, corruption does not deliver a government to anyone. It is corruption and something else. Because we in the Caribbean don't take corruption as seriously as we probably should. And maybe that's something that we need to work on. But in the final analysis, allegations of corruption are usually just the basis, but there has to be an icing on the cake. And I think that in this situation, you have allegations of corruption on top of COVID, with all of the economic fallout as a result of it. And that creates, one could say, a perfect storm that would allow for a government to be changed in this way. But corruption alone, I mean, there are very, very few instances in the region where corruption has brought down an administration without any...
Yeah, but I think you're missing the point, Peter. It's not a question of validity of the corruption, etc. It was not fought back with enough energy, is my point. It was not.
But Rick, they didn't fight back because they didn't think there was anything in it to fight.
Because if you
so maybe it was an arrogance on their part.
Some people, okay. some people.
But gentlemen, don't you think that definitely?
Did you say earlier?
No, hold on, Rick.
Of course.
Don't you think we need to move forward from merely convicting a government, any administration, on corruption based on what is allegations? Do you think that we can learn a thing or two from that and set up the proper mechanisms?
The only reason we're
For example, we have the integrity. No, hold on, Rick. We have the Integrity in Public Life Act. And who has ever been convicted through that piece of legislation? Peter, do we also have the legislation over in Barbados? I think you might have it in Barbados.
And the first person that was convicted in a court in New York. The reality is we've never convicted anyone under the Integrity of Public Life Act because these pieces of legislation do not work well in the region because the nature of corruption is such that it operates under the radar. And I've had this conversation with my colleagues in academia for a long time about how do you tackle corruption in terms of party financing, in terms of the running of governance and whatnot. It is extremely difficult to do. And you're right, a number of times allegations are made, but there's not supporting evidence. You could have a commission of inquiry tomorrow by a new government, and it will look into the Alan Johnson administration over 4 years in the same way that the UWP did in Antigua, in the same way that was done in Barbados, in the same, it's done over and over again, and ultimately nobody gets prosecuted.
This is the problem we have. We are too alike. And we keep on pointing to the other guy and the other guy in Antigua, when the guy in Antigua and the guy in Barbados, they're all the same. So the problem we have is a system that doesn't work. The Prime Minister, the government of the day controls really what gets before the DPP. How many inquiries have we had with the recommendation that it be put before the DPP? Who chooses the DPP? Those are the things we have to get into. So I think it's dangerous, downright dangerous, to point to failures elsewhere and make that norm and then dismiss it. That's crazy.
I haven't dismissed it.
I'm not saying you are.
Okay, we haven't.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying those who do.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying that if we are going to tackle these issues, we need to find creative mechanisms within the region that can tackle corruption based on the peculiarities of how it happens.
That was recommended by Bloom Cooper here in
1998.
1998. It was recommended exactly what you said there. He even suggested an organization formed by the OECS because he figured this thing was so important.
We have some results now. To declare, we're declaring the VA4 South seat, and that is according to the electoral department. That's the electoral department. Dr. Kenny Anthony of the St. Lucia Labour Party, 2,747. Herman Gill Francis of the UWP, 1,364. The lead there, 1,383. So once again, the electoral department declaring Dr. Kenny Anthony the winner of the VA4 South seat, retaining that seat against Herman Gill Francis of the United Workers' Party. That is a significant lead there for Dr. Kenny Anthony, a former St. Lucia Prime Minister, 1,383. And again, in the 2016 general election, Dr. Kenny Anthony would have won that seat by only 240 votes.
Well, I mean, Dr. Anthony is back. Clearly, the last performance was a 10% swing. Negative. This performance is a 30% swing positive, and it essentially says that he is back to where he was before in terms of having a level of support. He now has 67% support, which I think was equal to what he would have held. It's actually higher than he had in 2011. So it's actually one of the highest levels of support that he has had since 2001. So that for him is an outstanding performance.
Okay, we have, in the case of Castries Southeast, Joachim Henry, 3,193, or 52% of the vote. Guy Joseph, the incumbent, 2,943, 48%, and Joachim Henry is ahead by 244, 6,254 votes cast out of 15,000 total electors. Okay, so significant results there also in Castries Southeast, but we have a number of votes still for us to count.
That's possibly the most shocking result of the election.
The Castries Southeast, if by the end of, before the end of the night, we declare it in favor of Joachim Henry. Because, Rick, that's how people analyze elections in St. Lucia, in the absence of polls and the absence of serious analysis. People, on the basis of how they feel about a particular candidate, on the basis of perception, they will already declare the candidate to be the winner, or the opponent does not have a chance, they would suggest.
But I think we expected margins a lot bigger than that, with Guy Joseph and this guy for start. Because
the entire evening it has been a very close contest between Joachim Henry and Guy. In most instances, Joachim Henry leading.
That's correct.
Okay, we have an update on Choiseul. Dr. Samuel, you could help us there? Dr. Samuel Choiseul.
Sure. Choiseul, some 4,742 votes have been cast out of an expected 9,546, just short of 50% of the vote are in. Dr. Antoine Prosper, she's at 45.2% of the votes, 2,075 in her favor, to the incumbent John Bradley Felix, 2,501, a lead of 426, and in percentage terms, 54.5%. Finally, the NGP candidate is now at 10. Notably, 22 of the 25 ballot boxes have been counted, some 88% of the votes, so only 12% is left to be determined.
Maybe we could get some comments from you, Dr. Samuel, and so far, I mean, how things have played out, because I know that you're a very opinionated individual when it comes to politics in St. Lucia, because you have your own experiences and so on.
Well, certainly the voting pattern tonight basically makes the point, I think some of which has already been made, that the electorate has decided collectively to swing against the government. Some perhaps about 9 or 10%. Clearly, the government strategy has been based on what it deems to be performance and projects, and it thought that would speak for it and make a case that its policies are working or effective. The electorate is saying no. other things weigh heavier on the minds or in the preferences of electors, that perhaps more in line with the messages that have been advanced by the opposition about governance issues, in particular governance issues of questioning priorities and strategies of the government. No, it's not the what so much, but so more about the how. I think questions about the government's priorities, some say we should not be doing that when we have that problem, that type of thing. So maybe it's not thinking that the government is going in the right direction. And so they have spoken, and basically that's where we are today.
So do you think we're back at the level where we'll be having one-term governments? I mean, because that's a trend that is being played out.
Unfortunately, as Earl was saying and I was saying earlier on, I'm not sure at the instance when voters are expressing their vote, and basically it's all local. They're expressing a rejection of the person that they can express that frustration against, which is the immediate parliamentary representative. But when we add it all together, I'm not sure they're thinking of what is the really effect of that. Well, the effect of that is when you change government every time, it's very costly. It's like you are going down the Atlantic and you're halfway and then you changing direction, and you have to get back to land to go back again. I was making the point, for example, in the last 10 years we have changed government 3 times, and St. Lucia's average growth in real per capita, real terms, is just about 1%. Now at that rate you can't address the same problems that we are quarreling about. You're not going to address housing, you're not going to address any of the social challenges. So, we need to have a deeper conversation to help the electorate understand what it is that we are. Stability, for example. The reason we have an EC dollar that's pegged to the US dollar is because we place a premium on stability to give investors a longer horizon. So it's the same kind of analogy that you need to have about governments. If a new government comes in, we need to give them time to settle down, let them get their programs going, because you can't, as soon as they start getting the house in order and putting their programs, you change them. And we have changed governments, as you have said, since 2006 at every time of asking. And so we are not settled, and so our average growth rate is not getting higher, so governments need to borrow more. And the other thing I want to say while I have the floor is that I think we need to educate the society more about the role of government, because some of the expectations are just unrealistic and unreasonable for a small state of our size. I mean, if you just break down who pays taxes, what is the tax base, you must borrow in that environment, and we need to understand we need to be real, let's put it that way, about how small states. Somebody said most of these islands are almost on the brink of not being viable. I mean, we have the most indebted countries in the region because these small states have same expectations of people in first world countries on economic basis that are not generating anything. We barely export anything, but we have a high expectations again. So we need to have a conversation, because we think that by changing the government, we're now going to get all our problems solved. The governments mean well, they will try, but the constraints are still there. Okay, so I am saying that I hope after this we can have a better conversation about how we proceed in terms of...
Rick, before you go into your point, so therefore a lot is expected of this incoming administration if it gets to the St. Lucia Labour Party winning this general election.
It strikes me again, as one more person says, about education. An understanding of the reality, because we are not looking at reality. All we are looking at is what we are presented as a future, with the main aim of politicians getting into office. And that's been going on and on. And where is money coming from to sustain us? One place only. We borrow it. We don't print money. We can't even produce anything on our own, really. Now, when I say that, they say, I'm sure we can. Why haven't we? Bananas, we needed a lot of outside help. And I don't know how much we helped ourselves, even with bananas. If we did a real audit, this is something Claudia says all the time with me, we'll see how much we really gained or didn't gain. Politicians they've got to bite the bullet. I'm hoping Philip Pierre will do that. He has that kind of personality. And to say, look, if we don't change, we die. We die. People have to be re-educated, and I don't even know how, Tim. I don't even know how, where the money is coming from, what the education program is going to be. It isn't just but understanding the dollar or whatever it is. We have to know where we are. We have to know what the possibilities are. And most of those possibilities are tied with borrowing, and it would need an education that would allow us to make sacrifices. Although I still don't even know that, because the world has changed so radically. Everybody's interdependent, and whereas the big countries have something to give and exchange with, we have nothing that the big countries want except our tourism and so on, and that comes like all over the world. I remember years ago I was in Barcelona doing shows, and there was such complaints from Spanish people who were saying they appreciated the tourism from England and so on, but the cost to the culture, the cost to the country, the cost to the little man out there, it happens all over the world. They can bounce back, Tim, but we don't have anything to bounce back with, and it is going to take a strong leader to say, look, either we tighten our belts, either we redirect our aspirations, and call on the other side to do it too if there's another side.
But therefore, there's what you're calling for maybe is some kind of government of national unity or some kind of
exactly
arrangement.
That.
Yeah.
Exactly that. But we've not been able to do that. And I don't know what the numbers are right now. Do we?
Well, nothing conclusive yet.
Pardon me?
In terms of the final figures?
Yeah.
No.
But we
yet.
do have
Yeah.
something coming in from Mico South. Alan Chasney is at 2,059. Melanie Freites, Independent, 88. Gibeon Ferdinand, 1,335.
Okay.
So
I'm just being told that as far as Choiseul is concerned, Bradley Felix
has been declared.
Bradley
declared?
Felix, yes, has been declared the winner.
And it's a very interesting situation. And that is the man we all said was not a real politician.
Yeah. And that is by what? By how many votes? 400 and... The declaration is by 405? 485. Okay, but 2 more ballot boxes to be counted.
So he's projected at this point?
Yeah, he's projected to win that seat. Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper of the SLP, 2,206. Bradley Felix of the UWP, 2,611. And Dr. Gilberto Senrose of NGP, 10. So you're saying, Rick?
So we're saying so far 2 seats?
So far, at least, 2 seats for the United Workers' Party, the PS.
Well, it will require the strength to face this crowd, because their aspirations are high. They want restored to them what they were told was taken away from them. They want to be made to feel like St. Lucians again. All the propaganda. People are going to look for delivery of that. I don't know we can begin to deliver half the promises we made, because as a friend of mine from I talk to a lot says, we've reached the end, Tim. We have to change. I don't even know if it's too late, and what exactly the change is.
So on the map, the electoral map is showing that Alan Chasney has won the Mico South seat, but being told that the declaration has not been made just yet. And I think there's some commotion over in the Mico South constituency, being told, some controversy over a ballot box, and we're just hoping we'll get further clarification before the night is over. So we cannot confirm anything just yet.
We do have some teams out in the field, so we will be getting reports from the field shortly where we have some of those questions answered.
All right, so you're saying, Rick, Maybe we could hear from Peter. I don't know if you have anything new?
No, I was anxious to get in on this whole conversation about development paths and directions and whatnot, because this is really where the rubber hits the road. And I think that the last contribution that we had regarding, this whole idea of changing governments regularly is one that I'm curious about, because clearly St. Lucia has moved from a situation where they were given at least 2 terms to one where you've had several governments with 1 term. We had the same situation in Jamaica not too long ago, and my sense is that this is when countries emerge from a situation where they have a messiah-like leader to a situation where they have one that does not fill their eyes in the same way. And I think that that's basically what happened. I think that's basically what happened when St. Lucia went back to Compton, because Kenny Anthony had been there for long enough. People felt that he was a bit tired, and they were looking again for the Messiah. Compton came back and said, I will bring St. Lucia back to what it was before. I never really bought the narrative, because St. Lucia has moved beyond agriculture. And if you look across the region, you will see that everyone is looking for the next big thing. And I think that that's really the challenge in Dominica, St. Lucia, Antigua. All of us are looking for the next big thing. Citizenship by investment appeared to have been something that could take us somewhere in terms of persons investing. Essentially, that has now run its course and has come to the end. And whenever I hear someone saying that people are looking for development paths, I agree. We change governments with the hope that the Messiah will give us a new development path. But then we realize that there's really nothing new under the sun. And this is the challenge that St. Lucia will present. I mean, I get you that, yes, people are looking for something different. The question is, what is that? We cannot become industrial heavyweights. We cannot go back to agriculture. When I say we, I mean we as in St. Lucia. We cannot go back to agriculture, right? So I think we hang our hats on tourism. We hang our hats on investment in the hope that this will produce the goods that have been needed in the past. But in the meantime, yes, heavy reliance on foreign borrowing, that's a standard. And the reality is to come out of this whole big COVID situation, again, it will be heavy reliance on it. And I do feel that at some level we are comfortable with tourism as being our mainstay as Caribbean countries. People who work in that industry, many of them work for good wages, they support their families and they do well. And in many ways, we have bought into it. Now, I think what Prime Minister Chassanin did is he said, well, let's buy into it more heavily. The challenge is that it hasn't come to fruition, and you've had a bump in the road, and we go back to square one. But certainly, the new Prime Minister coming in will also have to look at the same questions of development and have to come up either with an answer or alternatively lead St. Lucia like a messiah in the way that people will forget that the answer is not necessarily coming as quickly as they would.
But absolutely, how do you try to be as creative as possible when you do not have the breathing space in terms of the financial resources that are at your disposal? Because Rick, a lot will be expected of this incoming administration, and as Dr. Samuel was saying, then therefore if the trend continues, it will be under so much pressure to deliver to the masses that it can find itself in some predicament 5 years from now and face the same results.
Well, Dr. Simon is being diplomatic, really, because it's not a question of it's already. Mm-hmm. The devil already has us by the throat. And nobody has any answers. So what are we going to do about CIP? Kenny Anthony said not so long ago that he always had anxieties about it. Now we have a situation where people more than ever saying, we want our land, we don't want our land. But what is CIP but inviting foreigners to come and build on your land? Are you going to tell them you can only have this or you can only have that? Well, they go somewhere else. So it's all well and good to talk those things, and you don't have a population that is even really educated, because we don't even know what kind of education we need. We don't know what's happening with jobs. We don't know. We really are flying in the dark, Tim. But giving a whole bunch of promises. And it's very difficult. If there's one thing Philip Pierre will have learned after all his experience, is don't go too far out of what the people consider aspiration. And that is an irony, because if one guy wants to take the chance and go in a certain direction, that despite the populace,
okay, we have
he
some
gets in
results.
trouble.
in
Okay, we have some
Ansley, Fede is at 1,929 and has 51.1% of the vote, compared to his challenger Wayne Girard. He has 1,835, or some 48.6% of the vote. And this is after 15 ballot boxes have been counted, only 6 remain, and the voter turnout so far is 45.6%, somewhat low.
And Fede is leading by how many votes?
Fede has a lead of 94
Okay.
votes at the moment. Just short.
Definitely a close contest there between Fede and Girard of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Earl, your take on the discussion has been taking place there, because obviously a lot will be expected of a St. Lucia Labour Party administration, but how much in terms of its ability and in terms of what is at its disposal, the finances, the over-dependence on tourism will not change overnight?
Well, one of the things we should try not to do is to shoot in the dark. What is the SLP administration going to do? The first thing you have to do is to read its manifesto. Listen to what it has promised to do and what it has said it will do. And in as much as I think manifestos are a waste of time in terms of the time at which they are printed and published and made available at the last week of the campaign when everybody has made their minds up, nonetheless, within the manifestos, if I have to answer your question, then I would go take out the manifesto and say to you that Philip J. Pierre has indicated the 3 points that a Labour Party administration would be looking at. He talked about developing a youth economy. He talked about revisiting tourism. He talked about a lot of the things we were talking about. But I think what the point Rick was making earlier, and Peter to a certain extent, is that we are no longer in the 20th century. And we have to realize and recognize that these are new times. Sugar didn't pay, bananas didn't pay, tourism is no longer what it used to be. Where next? And we don't seem to be looking for where and what next. We're looking more at how to repair tourism, how to bring back bananas, and how to give manufacturing a fillip.
Why do you think so, Earl? Why do you think that's what's being done?
Well, because new and fresh ideas are not being put on the table.
Or could it be that some people have in fact looked at the reality and realized how up against the wall we as a people are, because of how we have lived all those years, where we put emphasis, the lack of education, and so on, and politicians promising what they know they can't deliver.
So what do you do when your back is against the wall?
Well,
if what you're saying is that our back is against the wall, we got to fight back. This is the time.
Well,
this is the time when we got to find out.
Now we're in the dark.
You know, Philip J. Pierre, I remember one time in an interview, making the point that he is more prepared to he's more prepared to be Prime Minister of St. Lucia than Sir John was at the time. And there was difficulty in understanding what he was saying. And he was simply saying that at the time Sir John became Prime Minister, he had been leading a colony. In the context of Philip J. Pierre, he had 15 or by now 20 years of being a deputy Prime Minister, having held almost all of the portfolios in cabinet. He's widely experienced and therefore is coming to the job not only with all of that experience, but guess what? If we are to take what we've been hearing from Peter and from everybody, then he would have a cabinet with
we have
two former prime ministers.
We have a declaration to make now. Let's go to Dr. Samuel.
Yes, in Mico South, the seat has been called for Alan Michael Chasney, having attained 58.9% of the vote, some 2,204. His challenger, Mr. Gibeon Ferdinand, 1,534, 41% of the votes, some spread of about 17.9% in favor of Mr. Chasney, after 94.4% of all of the ballots cast being counted for in 18 ballot boxes. Again, the turnout is not too high, just below par at 50.36%.
Okay. So we have a declaration being made there.
If I could just close off on my point there.
Yes, go ahead, Earl.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that when it comes to the whole issue of the next government of St. Lucia, if we are to look at it within the context of the political culture that has evolved over the past few months, with all of these accommodations and strategic arrangements, etc., you know what it boils down to? It boils down to St. Lucia coming back to that point where, as back in 1961, when the Labour Party manifesto in 1961, the first two front pages, the two leaders are John Compton and George Chaz. And what we are having now is a situation where people are saying, irrespective of my party, let's work together. And I can see an administration coming out of this election that reflects more than just a Labour Party win. I think the Labour Party will be in a position after this election to say, okay, let us reach out to all who are interested in the point Peter was making earlier. He misunderstood what I was saying or misinterpreted what I was saying in terms of the application to be to join the party. I mean, the main point you can see out of that is that the independent Sanders in the United States.
Yeah.
He ran for president, ran to be a Democratic president, but he's an independent. Has always been, and he's now the chair of the budget committee under Biden, as an independent representing Vermont.
But that's like Greek and French. That's a whole different culture. That's a whole different set of things, different education.
No, but I'm saying that but everything is possible between human beings. You know, everything is possible. Unless you're telling me that it's good for America, but it wouldn't work in St. Lucia because we're too small.
It's not a matter of if we could do it, yeah.
We can do anything anybody else can. You have said so. We win Nobel Prizes, we win World Bodybuilding. We can do, solutions can do
I hope
anything.
you're right, Earl, but I know that the first thing is it costs everything. Our main problem is poverty, okay? And all the fallouts from poverty. And we don't have the strength to stand up and acknowledge that to people because we have been promising them, all of us, I mean different administrations, honey, for everyday honey. That's how we get the vote.
Let's try and focus on the results. Let's bring in Peter. Peter, so far, what do you make of the results? Because we just had a declaration there. The Micoud South seat being declared in favor of the incumbent, Mr. Alan Chasney.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's not surprising. What I was doing earlier was looking at the stock, because I essentially have stock receipts in terms of the swing needed to change, the strongest being Micoud North, and the weakest, of course, of the UWP seats being Dennery South. And it certainly looks as though, but I think we're still trying to understand what's happening in Rosalie, but most of the weak seats have essentially moved. And I think that we may very well be looking at the UWP holding on to 6 at this stage, which is a comfortable government, 11, and I sense that will help certainly the new Prime Minister to be able to plot his path without necessarily relying on the support of the independents. Certainly bringing him in would be a choice that he can make. but his hand is strengthened in the sense that they would also understand that as quickly as they have come in, they can easily go and it will not shake the moorings of the government because it's strong enough that it can stand without those two individuals. So I think for him it's good that he has that choice and he would want to exercise that choice. If, as the other panelists have suggested, he wants to broaden the base, he can bring them in. If he decides not to, then he wouldn't have to worry about them being a threat to him in any major way. And I think that's probably the best thing for Peter now, to have a government that is strong enough to be able to withstand threats from within and without. And that's what it seems that he's heading towards.
So of late we have not received any new results from the Gros-Islet constituency. Maybe Dr. Samuel, we could just revisit what the results we've had so far as Gros-Islet is concerned, involving the incumbent Leonard Spider Motout and the Kenson Casimir of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
At the last time of asking, we had Kenson Casimir with a substantial lead of 1,297 votes, which takes him to 3,881 votes, or some 59.7% of votes cast thus far. The incumbent, Mr. Leonard Spider Motout, is at 2,584 votes, or 39.7%, after 57.4% of the ballot boxes been counted. 35 out of 61 ballot boxes. Thus far, it's a very large constituency, as we have here 23,818 electors, of which only 6,576 votes have been cast. So as large as the numbers are, it's still somewhat early still in the game. 27.61% voter turnout.
Yeah, because as far as Gros-Islet is concerned, it probably could be a long night.
Yes.
The fact that we are not receiving any fresh results from the electoral department, just 6,576 votes cast out of 23,814. But basically, going forward, so far we have the United Workers' Party losing the Dennery South seat, obviously with its predicament in Castries Central as well as Castries North. It wanted to definitely retain the other seats, and that has not been possible.
And for Babonneau, Virginia Albert Poyot has been declared verified and declared winner there with 3,200 votes over Ezekiel Joseph with 3,180. So all of the ballot boxes, 33 of them have been counted, 144 votes were rejected.
So winning there by 20 votes, and that's the point we were making early on. He had such a substantial lead in the 2016 poll of 1,305, and now losing that seat by some 20 votes. So certainly things are not faring well for the United Workers' Party, losing confirmation, losing the Babonneau seat, as well as losing the Dennery South seat. And I'm sure they were hoping to hold on to those seats, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Babonneau was one that they should have held on to. The other one you mentioned was Castries, was Micoud South. What was the other one you mentioned?
Dennery South.
Oh, Dennery South, yeah. Right. No, I mean, Dennery South was one that I would say was predictable, because that one was essentially their weakest seat. But the Babonneau seat is a huge surprise. It's a huge surprise, and it's a massive swing. It's fascinating that they can even be defending Gros-Islet so comfortably after having lost Babonneau. well, apparently defending Rosemary after having lost Balbano because, we're looking at the 10% swing. In this instance, it was 11, which is a whopping loss for UWP, way above what would have been expected in terms of the Dennery South kinds of margins. So that one is a blow, and it essentially tells us about the intensity of the swing that we're seeing tonight.
And normally when the United Workers' Party wins Grosley, they would also win Babonneau, and of late, whenever they lose one seat, they would lose the other. But Dr. Samuel, your point of view on what you're noticing so far with regard to some of the performance of the United Workers' Party, some of the seats that they have lost. Dennery South, normally Edmund Estefan would win by at least 20 odd votes, and he would be satisfied with this even when the United Workers' Party would have lost the government.
Well, I mean, essentially what has happened here, Dennery South is really a casualty or a reflection of the national position in what's happening elsewhere across the country. It's really keeping up with the trend. It wouldn't be able to stand against that trend when it'll be swept as collateral damage in the surf of that swing that's moving, and the pendulum is swinging away from the United Workers' Party towards the SLP. So that is, and as Peter indicated, it was already a weak seat, and the pattern of victory of that candidate has been almost the same sort of, I think, the Lakai area has been his bread and butter, so to speak. That's where he compensates for his shortfall in the other parts of the seat, and he normally wins by a small margin, unless something fundamentally different has happened since the last election to change that pattern. Then he would not be able to stand against that swing that we have been seeing. Babonneau is a bit difficult to understand, considering the margin that the incumbent won by some 1,305 votes in the last time of asking. But I guess when you have an election, we all start from zero, and it's a new day and new things, new perspectives. But it's also it's really telling about strategies for parties going forward, because when you think of the amount of work at the constituency level that has been done, roads, other things, that certainly has not been enough to sway the electorate. Other things certainly weighed much heavier, as I kept saying earlier on, and that's something that parties will have to think about going forward.
Well, no two elections are the same, so who knows, a different strategy next time around might cause the incumbent to remain in office compared to what was employed by the United Workers' Party administration. Because I'm sure you can bear me out on this, that there's a particular period when, for example, I think it would have been the 2011 general election, when roads would have been a dominant issue, when Mr. Stevenson King was the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. I mean, you had some roads that were in deplorable conditions in the capital. The lower Darling Road area, this area, the center of the capital was in a deplorable state. And some people will tell you that it's on that basis, the road situation, the quality of the roads in our communities around St. Lucia, that people are complaining. And that may have caused one of the issues that caused the government the elections. Okay, Labrie, I'm being told that Alva Baptiste declared the winner of the Labrie seat, or the Labrie Republic, the Republic of Labrie. St. Lucia Labour Party, 2,048, 64.7% of the votes there, compared to Francisco Japierre of the UWP receiving 35.3% of the votes, 1,116. So this is a stronghold of the St. Lucia Labour Party, remains in that SLP column. Rick.
I still think that the United Workers' Party took a lot for granted. There were hardly any responses, and those responses would have to come from the politicians themselves. People like to say, oh, the PR, there are certain things that you have to come out and stand and face an answer. To my mind, there were a lot of allegations that went unanswered. A lot of allegations. And I say allegations, that's the only word I can use. Accusations, serious accusations that went unanswered. And you don't expect your public relations department to handle them. You have to be accountable for those things. And
because for the people, the PR official was not elected. So therefore, they do not see them as
not
having
only that. It's not the people tend to be suspicious of PR. So your job is to paint over what it is. But when I sit there and I say, look, hit me. Where's the evidence you think I did so and so, and this is what I did, and that's my, etc. How many? You had the other side, for example, on the media. Was there a night you can remember when there were not 4 or 5 candidates on shows? And I used to pull the legs that sometimes they interviewed themselves, but they actually went on what looked like regular TV. Well, did you see that with the United Workers' Party? No. They did not. They did not. So I think they underestimated a lot of things. I think they underestimated the energy of the Labour Party. And perhaps they overestimated, in some instances, people's reaction to what they were attempting to do.
I think we can go to an interview which was conducted earlier on featuring Dr. Kenny Anthony, who has now been declared the winner of the VA4 South seat, and also Herman Gale Francis, who contested that seat. And remember, okay, we don't have it yet. Okay, all right, so we'll get to it as soon as we get it going. I think our reporters would have spoken to the individuals before Dr. Kenny Anthony was declared the winner of that seat. But that's always a very dangerous period for opposition parties, whether it's St. Lucia or Jamaica or Barbados, when you have to go through the post-mortem, when a determination will have to be made through analysis, cross-examination as to why the party lost. Because the St. Lucia Labour Party tonight will be reveling in the election, and a little bit later, maybe 2 weeks or 4 weeks from now, they will be digging deep and trying to ascertain why they won and how they could have even improved the victory. But for the United Workers' Party, it will be very, very painful. And I could see at the top of the areas of concern, the Prime Minister stalling the announcement of the date for general elections. It certainly could have been a lot earlier.
Yes.
What say you, Rick?
Well, that's hindsight. I don't know. You think of the
well, not only hindsight, but I did made those observations.
Yeah, you
before,
did, yeah.
Consistently.
But before that, let's go to Dr. Samuel. We are having results coming in from Grosley, but Dr. Samuel can walk us through that, as well as declaration there over in Dennery North.
In Dennery North, we have, I think, a projection here that Sean Edward is the winner, has been declared the winner, having secured some 53.3% of the vote, giving him a tally of 2,193, or to Farah Polius's 1,916, or some 46.5% of the vote. Again, the turnout is a little below par, 48.1%, but 18 of the ballot boxes have been counted, so that's 90% of all votes out of 20 ballot boxes. So I guess the projection is made in favor of Mr. Edward, who is ahead by 277 votes.
And previously winning that seat by 131 votes. I think we have an update on screen, Dr. Samuel, as far as Grosley is concerned.
Yes, we do. We have some new votes have been brought to bear. We have Casimir, again, continued to maintain his lead throughout the night and has a substantial lead of 1,417. He now has 4,001 votes, or some 59.6. So the spread continues to be maintained, although the NGP has improved with 127 now at 1.9%, a little substantial when compared with other NGP candidates tonight. Mr. Montoute of the UWP, the incumbent, is drifting in the wrong direction at 38.5% now of the votes. He has 2,584 votes. And that is after 36 ballot boxes have been counted, or some 60% of the 61 ballot boxes have been accounted for.
Okay, I think we have that interview featuring Herman Mack and Dr. Kenny Anthony, who has been declared the winner of the VA4 South seat. I think she's also been in conversation with his challenger, Herman Guild Francis, and that interview was conducted earlier today.
It's Decision Day 2021. We are in the VA4 South constituency and we're having a chat with the incumbent, Dr. Kenny D. Anthony. Dr. Anthony, can you just highlight for me what the atmosphere has been for you today?
Well, the truth is I've just arrived. I spent 2 hours and 20 minutes at the outskirts school this morning to vote, and I was a little perplexed that it took so long because the line that I was on was certainly less than 100 yards. But that's what it is. So I'm here and I've just gone through my first set of polling stations for K3 and K4 in the constituency. I'm very pleased at what I'm seeing and have seen. I was told that this morning the turnout was very heavy, particularly in K3. The lines were very, very long despite the rain. And that always portends interesting outcomes. So I like the atmosphere, it's very calm. I have to say that the polling stations here seem very, very organized. I visited every polling station to look at the processes, and they were in accordance with the law. So I'm really very, very happy. I think a lot of effort was obviously put into training the election officials in handling individuals and handling the voting public. So far, so good in this part of the constituency. I'm grateful and really proud of this constituency, and I am exceedingly grateful to my constituents, their loyalty, their dedication over the years, their commitment, and of course a wonderful relationship that we enjoy. And I'm hoping, if I am successful, as I expect to be, to deepen that relationship in the next 5 years.
Well, I think the atmosphere is very nice and so on, but there are a couple of things that I've noticed, and it's very distasteful. But I'm not somebody who likes to cry foul. The VA4 has always been, for the last 25 years, Labour. But it is not that it is so Labour that it cannot swing. If you look at the number of elections that Dr. Anthony has gotten, and every one he has been decreasing and decreasing and decreasing, less popular and less popular. The last time he beat Dr. Mondesi by 200 votes. This is not insurmountable. And I think that based with the youth that I have had coming out, and the older people who were disenchanted with the manner in which the campaign was going on, now they've had a candidate who is vibrant, who they have seen and who knows, have articulated his plan to them. And I think that is going to redound to my benefit.
And this is how we conclude election coverage 2021, Decision Day 2021 from the VA4 South community. I'm Humadi Mark.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, we continue Decision 2021 right here on NTN as well as DBS television. We have a popular vote graph that's on right now, and Dr. Samuel, you could address this? And that's coming from the electoral department.
What we see here is, in terms of votes cast, and that would be in the leaders of their respective organizations. Mr. Stevenson King, a leader in his own right as an independent, he trumped up some 4,745 votes. Mr. Aaron Alexander's 290. He's a deputy leader of the National Green Party, short of not even at below 0.5%. Philip J. Pierre of the Senatorial Labour Party, 35,023 votes for his organization. That's not all for him. That's 49.15% of the total votes cast so far. The share of the votes cast. And Alan Michael Chasney, his organization has trumped up 31,205% of the votes cast in the election so far, or 43.79%. So that's just a breakdown of how the various candidates have fared out of the total votes cast so far.
Yeah, Peter, you just saw the popular vote, the breakdown there, because normally the difference between the ruling party and the opposition would be at just about 10,000 votes or thereabout. Have we lost Peter?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. All right, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, no, I'm here, but I'm hearing considerable feedback, so I wasn't sure what I was Yeah, no, the popular vote story is an interesting one to tell, and in this instance, it is certainly reassuring for the St. Lucia Labour Party that the St. Lucia Labour Party is emerging as the party that has the most popular support without reference to the independents. So they have more popular support than the UWP, and they do not have to rely on the independents for popular support, in the sense that there's a psychological battle that will take place normally in this environment, where you want to be comfortable in the knowledge that the majority of St. Lucians who have voted support you, and not necessarily support you in association with anyone else. So that's an important psychological battle that he has to face. I think you were making the point that in 2016, the UWP had 55% support. And if I'm looking at this chart now, the situation is actually a slightly improved one, where the St. Lucia Labour Party would have 49% support, which is less than half, but ultimately is still, I think, the same level of margin between the two political parties. So basically, the 55% versus the 44% that we were seeing in 2016. We will want to look to see whether the same number of percentage points will carry forward in relation to this election. So if the distance between the 49% that the St. Lucia Labour Party has now and 43% that UWP, whether that will grow or whether it will stay the same, to see whether or not the popular support has increased.
But to a large extent, it's the individuals who are not aligned to political parties. They invariably are the ones determining the outcome of the elections, because in the run-up to this campaign, both camps, they certainly were very much hegemonized. That is the base of both political parties. That is the St. Lucia Labour Party and the United Workers' Party.
Yeah, I think that is something that's really clear to me tonight. The St. Lucian electorate has basically said, we're giving this government to the UWP in and of itself. I wouldn't say that, even though part of the push may have come from the switch, ultimately it is not as though the electorate is saying that we are requiring you to rely on them in order to govern. And again, that is an important psychological battle. So I don't believe that the result tells us that the public has an expectation that they will necessarily be relying on these two independents to chart a course. And I think I was making the point earlier, before we knew the results, that of Philip Jean-Pierre government that had to rely on support from two individuals who were running as independents would have been bad news for him as a leader. And I think that he has the opportunity now to grow and to chart his own path. In much the same way that Alan Chastney had last time around. And I guess this is a good time to look at this whole question of King. There were some suggestions that he should probably have dealt with the King factor earlier when he had a majority of 3 and he didn't need him to form a government. And I wonder whether if he had taken action against King at that time, whether the situation may very well have been different now. In a sense, he is a victim of his own willingness to trust King and to work with him. And you know, he ultimately had an 11-forward decision that could arguably have changed the course of this election.
But it's, again, the role that will be played by the two independents, if at all. Do you think that a Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, will be looking to enlist the support of the two independents?
I'm sorry.
I think
We're
we
having some cross feedback. So what we want to ask the team, if the team can mute its mic so that we can hear Peter Wickham a lot clearer, please. So the team eager out in the field, traversing.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Steve.
I think we went. Let's see if we could. If Don is Don online. Does he have a report?
He is in Miko South.
Yes. Don Nicholas, do you have a report? Okay, I was of the impression that you maybe had some update to share with us. But you were saying, Peter. Mm-hmm. The question is asking is whether you think that the Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre will go out of his way to work and accommodate with the two independents.
I suspect he will feel obligated to work with one of them, and my sense is that he will probably work with Stevenson King. I would be very surprised if he embraces Fredericks in the cabinet. He may have an appointment, maybe an ambassador at large or something, but I would be very surprised if both of them end up in the cabinet, because quite frankly, he doesn't need them. And the point I was making just now about the comparison with Chastine, when you have to deal with rivals in the situation, you also have to be very, very careful. And Philip Jean-Pierre has to realize that he has rivals from within and rivals from without. And the fact is that, you know, a government is, everyone is in there is looking to become Prime Minister, but then there are others who may have good reason to believe that they should. And if you know that you have a government comprised of those individuals, I think the first thing that you need to do is crack the whip and make it clear that, you know, who is in charge, and he may very well want to send a signal to the two of them by not including one of them. And my sense is that the solution probably has more of an appetite for King in an administration than for Fredericks in an administration, and that might make a lot of sense. Of course, this result now tells people all over the region that, you know, independent runs are alive and well, and this is something that should be thought about. You may be aware that in Antigua and Barbuda, the popular MP Asa Michael is estranged from the Antigua Labour Party, and he's talking about an independent run. The opposition there, UPP is actually also talking about an accommodation. And now when they see this result, everyone will say, well, independent politics is back on the table in association with accommodations, and I'm sure it's going to come up over and over again. I do think, however, that the circumstances tonight were very, very special and very peculiar. And my sense is that it doesn't necessarily rewrite the history of independence in recent Caribbean politics, but it perhaps says that we need to think about possibilities, especially where accommodations are possible. We've seen it work in St. Kitts and Nevis. We've seen it work in Trinidad and Tobago, and my feeling is that the St. Lucian electorate perhaps looked upon them as, one could say, a party or with some level of unity, and as a result gave them the opportunity to run and prevail as independents. But certainly if I were advising Jean-Pierre, which I clearly am not, I would say to him, you know, you need to be very careful with your team of rivals that you ultimately have, and it might very well be wise to not include both of them in a cabinet, because the fact is that you have the opportunity now to chart your own course, and you should do it without having to defer or refer to anyone in that regard. Perhaps if Prime Minister Chastine had made that decision early on in terms of his relationship with King, he would not have been in this situation now.
But I mean, why should he adopt that posture? I'm referring there to Mr. Philip J. Pierre, when in the first place the quote-unquote accommodation is what would have resulted in his success because of the attention that was brought to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Let's say, for example, for independent candidate in Castries Central, and the instability that was created by independent candidate in Castries North. The SLP would have benefited from this because as part of the strategy did not have its full slate of candidates, and that's why it was in a position to benefit from the outcome in the first place. Why not reward them?
Before you chime in, Peter, let's just update that in Castries Southeast, the lead is being maintained there by Joachim Henry at 3,320. Guy Joseph at 3,024. We now have 30 of the 35 ballot boxes being counted over in Castries Southeast.
So on the electoral map, Castries Southeast has been painted red.
It has been
not declared.
Not declared, but certainly with 5 ballot boxes outstanding, a lean would be projected in not too long from now.
Yeah. Go ahead, Peter.
No, I mean, I hear your arguments, but I think that, it's very good in terms of analysis of the election, but it doesn't help the incoming Prime Minister to have people believe that he's reliant on these 2 individuals crossing the floor to have won the election. And the result speaks for itself. The result says that the St. Lucia Labour Party could win the government on its own, or has won the government on its own. And I think that needs to be reflected in the way in which he puts his cabinet together. So that's the way I'm seeing it. I get your point, and I'm saying that's fine in terms of us having this kind of roundtable conversation tonight. But when the rubber hits the road tomorrow morning, and he has to think about putting together a government, he does not. No Prime Minister needs to feel that he is reliant on anyone else to keep him in office. And I think that's the danger of an accommodation, because ultimately it empowers people. And my thing is that the last thing you want to do is empower people who are politically unstable. A person who crosses the floor is a person who essentially reflects a level of political instability. And while it's good for winning and it's good for demonstrating change and whatnot, it can be a horrible thing when you're trying to manage, because a person who crosses may very well cross again. And that can destabilize a government going forward. So he has a golden opportunity now, because it looks like he's going to have 11 seats. And you can do a whole lot with that majority to essentially solidify yourself and ensure that he now changes this pattern of one-term governments, and he essentially gets 2 terms going forward.
Rick, your point of view? Any observations?
It's intriguing because Richard wanted to get into the Labour Party. He made that clear. He wanted to get into the Labour Party. The impression given was, no, we don't want you in the Labour Party. That was the impression given. Then obviously they agreed to what happened now. I can't see Richard challenging Philip on the basis that he would feel that were it not for him, the Labour Party would not have been as successful, and perhaps may not have been successful at all.
But does he have a point? If that is his argument, Rick?
Was that?
Does he have a point? If that is his argument?
No, he can take that attitude. I say, I doubt. You can't say for sure that if Richard was not involved, that Philip wouldn't have won, or had Richard done, because Richard has been on that case for about 10 years. Had Philip decided to have nothing to do with him, what would he have done? Would he have turned and said the Labour Party is no good after all? I think that there's been an accommodation. I think we have to wait and see how it turns out. I can't see that Richard simply wanted to be an MP. member of parliament. I don't think he's been there, done that. But I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see.
Dr. Samuel, in the case of Soufriere, Emma Hippolyte of the SLP has extended her lead. Could help us there with some of the results?
Yes, Emma Hippolyte has pulled away a bit to a lead of 126, but still not unassailable at this point, because we have 77.3% of the ballot boxes have been accounted for. She has now 51.7% of the votes in her favor, and the incumbent, Mr. Stanislaus, has 48.3%. So still a keenly contested battle. Only 19.46% voter turnout, which is very low. I don't understand. That is quite low. 3,775 votes cast out of the 19,403 possible total electors. So we still have some ways to go in Soufriere.
It is very interesting that in the case of Soufriere Fontejac, that there's actually a contest between Emma Hippolyte and Mr. Harold Stanislaus, because on the face of it, it never appeared at all, considering that Emma Hippolyte moved from Gros Islet to contest the Soufriere seat. One got the impression that basically she was running away from defeat in Gros Islet and would have settled for anything at all, and as a result of that, the electorate did not see her much as somebody who had the potential to win that seat from Harold Stanislaus. Dr. Samuel.
Yes, but I think that is one of the curious things, outcomes, or patterns we're seeing in this election. At the face of it, from the onset, I don't think that many people would have thought at this time of the night we would see a situation where Mr. Stanislaus would be, in this battle where that he's now in, fighting for his life and being behind the game. By all accounts, by most people, there was a general level of satisfaction. That is the kind of sort of representation people want to see. There's new energy, as I understand it, in the constituency, the type of thing that all St. Lucians can be proud of, regardless of the political stripe. So the question is, how would a guy who acquits himself that well, or does that well, is in that situation, that predicament? And there can only be one answer to that. He's a casualty of association. Is swept in the surf of that tide that is focused on doing one thing and one thing only, and it is to decapitate.
What was the year we had that? When Nancy Go and everybody went?
That was 1997.
Well, again, it's a similar thing, I mean, Lancy was a fixture, but he couldn't hold it because of that whole wind. And that's what's happened again. And it'll be very interesting to see how the party gets itself together again. Humpty Dumpty fell, yeah? Because you know the history of King had to hold it together, it fell apart and all that stuff. And of course, who was the leader then?
Dr. Von Lewis.
Dr. Von Lewis, yeah.
Huh?
Dr. Von Lewis in 97.
Yeah, Von Lewis carried all of Compton's sins before, and his own were created for him. And what a job that was done on Von Lewis himself. The United Workers' Party actually has a report identifying the various regions they lost, and of course blame Von for every single thing there is. But the difference is that Von lost his seat. Now you have Alan Chastney has won his seat. I wonder if that's rubbing with salt in the wound. That you were cool in your seat, but you affected us, because losers always have an excuse.
Yeah.
Okay? I can think of a lot of things that the United Workers' Party could have done, could have attempted in retaliation to the blue wave and the red and the Richard thing.
But that's all in hindsight.
Huh?
That's all in hindsight.
All in hindsight.
Peter, the rebuilding process for the United Workers' Party, what do you envisage? Because in your experience you would know that whenever political parties lose, then there's a level of implosion that takes place. And take for example the People's National Party over in Jamaica, where so many leading officials of the PNP just recently resigned. And definitely in the case of the UWP in St. Lucia, don't you anticipate that there will be a serious fallout from that defeat?
Yeah, I mean, just remember though that the UWP is, for all intents and purposes, the PNP of St. Lucia, in the sense that the UWP was a party that has significant dominance under John Compton for a long time. After Compton's passing, the UWP has not been able to find its footing, and the reality is that this is now a continuation of that process, which was with Vaughan Lewis, Stevenson King, going back to Compton again, and then ending up with Stevenson King, and now going to say, so it's a succession of individuals trying to see whether or not they can put the UWP back on its right path. And I think that in many ways is similar to the challenge that the PNP is facing, in that they're struggling to find someone and not being able to find the right pattern. You were talking earlier about parties doing introspection. And as a person who is intimately involved in this process, I can tell you that losing political parties seldom ever do introspection. What will happen after, or what happens after, is a blame game. Indeed, winning political parties seldom ever do introspection. I don't know that the St. Lucia Labour Party ever sat to understand what happened when they lost office the first or second time. And I think this is something that political parties that are professional need to start doing. I can identify the number of times, the rare number of times that I've sat with a political organization that has won or lost, and we've gone through the data and said, let's try to understand why we lost and let's start to rebuild. Now, the reality is that the UWP can do that and should perhaps start doing that tomorrow, where they sit and say, let's see if we can understand what happened, let's dissect the issue, let's look for the leadership for the issues. I think that the leadership of Chastanet needs to be on the table at some stage, even if the party decides that they're going to re-elect him, but certainly they have to look at that. Frankly, I don't know that he will be the person to lead the UWP back to the promised land, which raises the question again, if not him, then who? And it starts the process all over again. It's entirely possible that the St. Lucia Labour Party could be back in the same situation in 5 years. It's entirely possible. I think that certainly the incoming Prime Minister has to ensure that it does not happen. And to me, the UWP, it is their responsibility to ensure that if it does happen, and there's a slippage, that they can take advantage of that and move back into high gear. But it is absolutely important that there needs to be a post-mortem. And as I've said, there are rare occasions that I've sat with political parties that have either won or lost and said, let's try to understand what is the basis of our victory, or let's try to understand what's the basis of our loss.
I don't understand exactly what is happening in Babonneau, but I get the impression that there's still a count that is underway over in Babonneau that is involving Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot and Ezekiel Joseph, although apparently there's been some kind of declaration of sorts now, an indication that she is leading by 110 votes. And so far it appears that vote is continuing over in Babonneau between Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot of the SLP and Ezekiel Joseph. Dr. Poyot 3,245 and Ezekiel Joseph 3,135. I think we have some new results coming in, and that is for Castries North.
That's got to be an error.
I think there seems to be an error, Dr. Samuel.
Yeah, there seems to be an error here. I noticed that the seat has been called for 2 people.
Yeah. That's the Castries North. It is being called for.
There are 2 corrects.
Yeah.
One by the independent.
One by the independent.
Yes, basically also sits going. I feel it's Bradley and somebody else.
Okay.
UWP, sir.
Anyway, we have Mr. Stevenson King having received 69.2% of the vote, 3,293, and that gives him a lead of 1,897 over his nearest challenger in Miss Janine Jody McIntyre, who is now at 1,396 votes, or 29.4% of the votes cast thus far. Ms. Diana Anna St. Rose of the National Green Party has 37 votes, or just short of 1%, 0.8%. And the other independent is Mr. Nathal But Earl George, some spelling issue there. Independent candidate registering some 30 votes, or 0.6%. So definitely Mr. King having unassailable lead. They are given the number of ballot boxes that we have gone through, 26 out of 29 and 89.7%.
Eric.
Is it is there any likelihood that the UWP stayed home, Kim?
I really don't know, because considering the turnout today, we have not gotten to that level with regard to the turnout. Let's see if we can wait for the outcome of that turnout from the electoral department, because the 2016 turnout was 53.45%. We don't know, Peter, what was the reason for that.
I thought, Peter, if I heard him right, that he's not sure if Alan Shastney should be the leader. Did I get that right?
And if not him, who?
Yeah.
If not him, who?
He did ask the question. Yeah, Peter, you still in? Okay, let's try.
Peter? Yeah, no, I was saying basically that in a situation where you lose in this way, it's normal to offer your leadership to the party. The party can, of course, decide, that they want to retain notwithstanding, and I mean, that is entirely their right. But I said, under these circumstances, Alan Shastney will need to have a conversation with himself and ask himself if he's the person to take the party back to the level of prominence.
That was what I
and I said, from my own part, I'm not so sure that he's that person.
That was the point I want to make.
Yeah.
Because the whole campaign was Shastney must go. The whole campaign was a vote for so-and-so is a vote for Shastney.
Yeah.
That obviously worked. Now, so it doesn't seem to make any sense, political sense.
For him to stick around.
Huh?
For him to stick around.
For him to stick around, yeah. It doesn't. It's not that I'm saying
he's won a seat.
It's not what I'm saying that I want to see him get out or anything like that. I'm taking the circumstances of him trying to get some other people to come on board with him. Because how many of those guys who lost today really are coming back? How many of them should have stepped down quite a while now? These are rough decisions.
Because if, for example, Ezekiel Joseph does not win the Babonneau seat, I don't think, win or lose, I don't think he would have been contesting the next general election. Because what I was hearing, that he would not be contesting the 2026 general election.
Yeah.
So he's not likely, if he wins or loses that seat, to continue. You don't see him as a future prospect for the United Workers' Party on that basis.
But that seat has firmly gone to Virginia Albert Poyet now.
Okay, it has been.
I don't know. And some of the stuff that came out there was so silly, First they were calling Shastney a white man. Then they was putting him up, a white man against a black man. And by the way, the myth is now gone that you can't elect a black skin. So once and for all, people took care of that. But Alan finds himself in a really weird set of circumstances. He's a St. Lucian. He has been made to feel, because of the politics, not a St. Lucian. And that did not begin with the partisan politics. It began before he even entered the political arena. And that was his Achilles heel. It was used and used and used, even to the point that his own people were referring to him as a white man. So you get to the point where your family and what do you do? You're going to start. You have to fight that while trying to put your ideas through to help the country. You first of all have to fight to get acceptance as a St. Lucian. That is what faces him, no?
That's the reality. That's the reality.
That's horrible.
Yeah. Earl, your point of view? Any observations on this?
I'm fascinated by some of the discussions we're having. I wanted to ask Peter to explain a bit, because I think I heard him say that the UWP is the PNP of St. Lucia. If that is what he said, maybe he could explain that, because the UWP is associated with the Jamaica Labour Party, and the St. Lucia Labour Party is affiliated with the People's National Party of Jamaica. And ideologically, I think it would be improper to declare or to associate the UWP in St. Lucia with the PNP in Jamaica. So maybe I missed something.
No, I mean, you think that I'm making an ideological point, and I'm not. So isn't that you missed something? You completely misunderstood what I was suggesting. The PNP was a dominant political force in Jamaica for a long time, and in the same way the UWP was a similarly dominant political force. Now, the point is that the PNP passed the baton in terms of its leadership succession to someone who hasn't stood up, and ultimately that's the same thing that the UWP has done. After Compton decided to retire, he passed the baton to someone who demonstrated that he couldn't be the person that Compton was. The UWP was relegated to the political wilderness, and it attempted now to reassert itself when Compton came back and essentially demonstrated that there was nobody else that could lead it in the way that he could. He passes away, it's passed the king, and it flounders again. So the point I'm making is that political parties that are institutions within the Caribbean often suffer this, where they have a period of dominance that is followed by a period where they struggle. And I'm saying that, in a sense, the UWP is now that institution in the same way that the PNM was. To be quite honest, the St. Lucia Labour Party has done very well in that the St. Lucia Labour Party, by presenting Kenny Anthony, had the opportunity to demonstrate some level of continuity, because he did certainly very well as a leader. My challenge is that he obviously stayed at the wicket too long, and now the St. Lucia Labour Party is, the people of St. Lucia are essentially saying, we want a different type of leader, we want a new leader, we want somebody that is fresh. Philip Jean-Pierre now has the opportunity to present himself as that person and see if he can carry the torch as a political institution that has considerable clout and that can carry forward itself and win elections on an ongoing basis. The UWP is now back to the situation that the PNP is in, where it's now trying to look around to see if it can find an attractive leader that can take it to the promised land in that way. And again, I present the question on the table, if not Prime Minister Charles Nebu, who in the UWP presents an alternative to what has been going on, where the party has been struggling post-Compton to find a leader that has the kind of sizzle,
How would you react if
before you go there, we want to take in some team coverage. We do have Jessie Leonce, who's out in the field, so we want to be able to get a report from her. Jessie, thank you for being out there. What's your location, and what do you have to report to us?
Okay, so I just came from the areas of Castries East and Castries North and Central. The Chaussee Road is impassable right now. You know the location there with the car wash and so on. There's a lot of jubilation, celebration. Persons have filled up that spot. You also have a motorcade in Castries East. When we had to leave, we had the motorcade on its way going up to Bocage, it seemed, in terms of the celebration. So that was happening. And in Castries North, something similar. We couldn't really track the independent candidates, but there is celebration happening all over the city in little pockets, but celebration nonetheless.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessie, and we can hear very faintly in the background there that music going on. We do want to go across to Don Nicholas. He's out, I believe he is in Mico South or Mico North, if I'm not mistaken. So Don, can you hear us now? Don Nicholas, are you with us? Okay, so while we're trying to get Don on the line from that region, just to update you, coming out of Grosley, we now have 9,001 votes cast there, representing just 37.79% voter turnout. And I know Dr. Samuel will say this is quite astonishing. And we can see there, Dr. Samuel, the lead there being extended by Kenson Casimir of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Yes, indeed. 1,618 is the lead now. He has now reached 5,185 votes, or 58.3, but he's been pegged back a little bit. Earlier on, it was closer to 60%, but that's not very material in the grand scheme of things, but just a slight improvement by Leonard Spider-Mountain to 40.1%. He was hovering a little below 40. But basically the lead is quite substantial, 1,618, and Mr. Diquez is now at 141.6. But we are only at 37, as you indicated, 0.8% of the voter turnout, and only 9,000 of 23,818 possible electors. More importantly, only 77% of the 61 ballot boxes. We are now having gone through 47 ballot boxes. Yes. So that's where we are in Grosley. I think Grosley will keep us here for some time.
Okay. So, Peter Wickham. So if not Alan Chastney, then who else within the United Workers' Party you think can take over the leadership of the UWP?
But I'm looking for the solutions on the panel to answer that question. That's not a question for me. I'm an outsider, remember, I'm constantly being reminded of that fact. So I'm anxious to hear from the older, more knowledgeable heads who they think within the UWP fold, or alternatively on the fringes of the UWP, could potentially lead the organization.
It's a very difficult question to answer right now.
Not really.
No, it's an easy question.
Alan Chastney is obviously made of stern stuff, because he took a lot of that stuff and took it. I mean, he hardly even answered, no? And you saw him. One thing, the guy was ubiquitous. He was everywhere, energized. You saw him dancing everywhere. He was not bothered by this, and it might just be a challenge for him to reform the party. Maybe attract. His difficulty might be to be able to attract new members. I have a feeling some of them should be retired or would voluntarily retire anyway. Alan Chastney has two choices. He has to say it's not worth my while, and the way he talks, I don't think so. I think he's more sincere about how he feels about St. Lucia, and most people give him credit. And so he may decide, I'm going to take up some time off, and I'm going to get myself reorganized, like was done with the United Workers' Party in 1997, thereabouts. At least he doesn't have, well, again, here we go, where all those allegations are going, how much time the Labour Party is going to spend following up on those allegations, if this is going to be their priority. Are their followers going to pressure them to concentrate on that? All those kinds of things can tie you up. But there is also the distinct possibility that Alan Chastney would see this as just as politics, and continue. I don't know that I would in his circumstances.
Well,
I have a different view.
Was that Peter?
I would
it's
look
a good idea, and if not, who?
Say that again?
But why are you dodging the question?
I'm coming. Let me answer that. I foresee a situation. Remember, King left the UWP because he felt and said, as others said, that this is not the UWP. that he knew and he built.
Nice gimmick.
And having pulled away, the challenge, the response from Janine Giraudy and the others was that, hey, he's Labour. So UWP's, there's nothing called independent. So don't vote for him, vote for me. We look at the results. The question is whether the UWPs in Castries North, who did they listen to? Did they go with Janine as with the party, or did they go with King? In which case, my supposition is that if we accept that the decision was to get rid of Chastity because of any number of reasons, why would those who felt he should go now agree that he should stay? And I could see, for example, that if Alan Chastanet has won his seat, depending on who the other UWPs who may win seats, if they were to decide, will we go with Alan or are we going to invite Steve to come back and take over the party?
That is far-fetched.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. But you understand, first of all, that King has been unhappy, and as far as he's concerned, Sapafalabo, for the moment, Alan took it over.
So you're saying King is no longer interested in the Flabo? King is no longer interested in rebuilding the Flabo that he built?
Yeah.
That Alan Mashop? Are you saying he can't or he's not interested?
I'm saying that.
But you're saying what? He can't or he's not interested?
He's not interested. I'm thinking that King is looking at his
retirement?
Yeah. But let me say that
the politicians go on retirement?
The falsehood of, and again, the falsehood of Sapa Flabo, it's ridiculous, you know. Like I said before, Compton handpicked Alan Chastanet, and Compton reluctantly went along with Richard when the Castries, because Compton's own political life was on the line. Richard Frederick saved those guys in 2006. And no doubt about that. He saved those guys in 2006, and Compton very well knew that. That's why at the end of the day, this whole thing about I hand him to you. If he had gone against Richard Frederick at that time, he would have been going against himself, because Compton was finished. Now, I don't want to go into a whole long thing about the falsehood of Sapa Flabo, because Giraudy, the Labour Party presented Giraudy as wonderful flamboyant class. You know better than that, Earl. You know a lot. And what a job that Janine took on trying to go against King.
Just 2 weeks before the election.
2 weeks before the election, on the basis, because no research had been done, on the basis that perhaps those followers aren't King followers, they are party followers. That's one hell of a chance for a guy who never lost there except once, who has taken care of that constituency, who is one of them. And let's not forget the personality of King. We may disagree with him. We may say, man, he's like I said that. We may say he pulled a fast one on the UWP, but that's politics. But as a guy, most people find him affable. So it was quite a mountain that Janine Giraudy. I also, to be quite candid, I never found her personable. I never thought she was personable. You could see the videos, people saying to her, "These are your people, wave to her, wave to them." I mean, instead of mixing with the people, if somebody goes say, "Hey, this is your people, mix it," and then she gives a little wave. I don't think the woman's a politician. I don't think she began, I mean, actually saying, "I come from La Clary, but," and I went, I mean, all these, you know, against King, You know, so that was one hell of a thing to climb. It will be very, because King is a very clever, obviously he's just shown it again, guy. And he's also a patient guy, obviously. So it will be, I don't think any of us can do anything other than speculate wildly about what King's thing is. The Richard thing is potentially dangerous, but I doubt very much we are going to see the kind of fight we saw back in the day of George Odlum. And I think, as a matter of fact, well, you might back me up on that. If anything, the Labour Party has been paranoid about giving that impression again.
But Rick, potentially dangerous in he's potentially dangerous in what way? In terms, Richard is potentially dangerous in what way? I'm just saying, you said that Richard Dangerous is potentially dangerous.
No, when I say potentially, people see him as probably challenging Philip. I don't see that.
But do you see him part of the Senatorial Labour Party administration? In one way or the other, playing a role?
I don't want to second guess that. I see the Labour Party arriving at some kind of arrangement with Richard. Unless, of course, Richard just wants to settle down and give Shastney a hard time in the House. You know, that is even for a while. You know.
But do you see King widening his umbrella beyond Castries North?
It is possible. It is possible, but I don't think St. Lucians generally are ready for that right now, because those who have tried it, Joe tried it.
He got one seat in Parliament in '92.
St. Lucians, I don't even know if that's realistic. I don't even know if that's realistic. I don't even know if it's good to have one party in office with all our history. We have arrived where we are with our mindsets. We almost want a whole new set of St. Lucians to see. There's a lot of, as he said earlier on, there's a lot of education that has to precede it. A serious consideration of a real national.
But don't you think, Dr. Samuel, that there is a basis, and he would have an argument if he were to decide to join the Senatorial Labour Party and want to be a part of the cabinet? I'm referring there to Mr. Stevenson King, considering that he contested the seat, quote unquote, he might consider genuinely as an independent candidate under the umbrella, and therefore on that basis he would not be in any kind of way be deluding, misleading the voters of Castries East when he said that he's just truly independent, and now he wants to take the fact that he has won that seat to the Senatorial Labour Party and serve in the administration. Okay. Okay, we have a declaration as far as Castries South East is concerned, Dr. Samuel.
Yes, there's a tick next to Mr. Joachim Henry after some 94.3% of the ballot boxes. 33 of the 35 ballot boxes have been counted, and he has a lead of 345, total of 3,735, or 52.4% of the votes cast. Mr. Guy Joseph, a very formidable candidate, is behind at 3,390 votes, or 47.6%. Again, the voter turnout is a little below par, 48.31%. There are no independent candidates in that seat, so that's what we have. 345 lead for Mr. Henry over Joachim. Over Mr. Joseph. Thank you.
Has Mipu South been declared? No?
It has been declared. Yeah, in favor of...
By how many votes did he?
1,000 something.
By 1,000 odd votes.
What was the last time?
The last time Mr. Shastney would have won that seat by 1,049. So 1,049, and this time around is by I think 1,700.
So that means the UWPs down here, down there.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, about 1,007 this time around. But the big news, obviously, is that declaration in favor of Joachim Henry.
That is incredible.
Castries Southeast.
That tells you everything about the sweep. Everything.
Mr. Peter Wickham, this is certainly something that's very, as Rick said, very incredible, the outcome of that particular seat.
Not really. I mean, if Babino goes, then Southeast is fair game. The swing for Southeast was only 8%. Babino was 10%. So the point I was making earlier is that when you see results in Babino as close as they were, it basically tells you that the swing is high in this election. And when you have a 10% swing in a situation like that, you know, the UWP could very well end up with 3 seats if they're not careful. And that really is the reality. You would hope, I guess for them, they would hope that this swing is unevenly distributed, and then they would be able to save some of the weaker ones. But, you know, at those levels, I am not at all surprised that Southeast is going in this direction.
A significant swing against the United Workers' Party.
But just to tell you that the seesaw continues down in Ancillary, Canaries, where Dominic Fede is at 2,224. Wayne Girard, 2,324, a 100 lead there for Wayne Girard, and Avalon Joseph is at 14. So we only outstanding one ballot box there. Yeah, so we have just one ballot box remaining to be counted, and so the projection now is for Wayne Girard.
So Ancillary is also being declared for the St. Lucia Labour Party candidate, and that is Wayne Girard, the incumbent there, Dominic Fede. Quite startling, coming from the outcome, particularly in Castries Southeast, and now what is coming out of the Ancillary Canaries constituency.
Doesn't it say the UWP is down Micoud South, Love Island, Shastley?
Yes, Micoud South there, yeah, he has retained the seat there. But in the scheme of things, Rick, it really does not mean anything. He could.
What?
It does not mean much. When you lose the general election and you would have won by so many votes, 1,700 votes. This probably is analogous to the captain of a cricket team scoring a century and then losing the test match, or one-day international. Earl.
I was thinking of that a long time. What does he do next?
Rick wasn't thinking cricket,
I wasn't thinking cricket.
No, that's why I said Earl. That's why I said Earl. That's why I pointed to you. Yeah.
No, I think that the results are in keeping with general expectations. I wrote an article.
You think keeping Earl with general expectations?
I don't think so.
I wrote an article that was published this morning at 10 o'clock. And I concluded saying, I don't know who's going to win, but the UWP is going to lose.
The Carrots had a chance.
And it wasn't because I wished that. I mean, we all live here. Yeah. We all have been seeing what's happening. We all have been hearing what's happening. We tend to close our ears and our eyes to certain things. But the word and the signals and the signs were out there. I keep raising the point about the trend of 11-6 3 times over 15 years, and every time I raise that, it's like, no, it's not a trend, it's just a series of coincidences. But it was very clear that, I mean, anybody with common sense, which is not really common, but anybody who takes time off to try and analyze the results over the period of time would come to a conclusion that what is happening now was most likely, very likely, and more likely than the UWP returning to office.
Earl, most people would have said that the last election was 6 weeks, in 6 weeks, which Alan won 6 weeks or so, right? Was won by King coming in. And most people, I think, would say they were not so sure that if King was leading, that they would have won. So he was an influence then, influence now.
Can we have from Peter, please?
King is underestimated. He has always been underestimated.
Right. No, I have some difficulties with this argument that because you had a flip-flop situation between the SLP and the UWP for the last 2 elections, that automatically they won this election. It doesn't make sense.
I didn't say automatic, I said scientific.
Next election, the UWP will come back into office.
I didn't say automatic, I said scientific. You're a scientist. Let's look at science.
Right, and I'm looking at science, and I'm saying the data that's presented to me now suggests that the SLP is unlikely to lose next time around. In the same way that the data that was presented last time, it showed a good indication that the SLP could retain office. Let's deal with the reality of St. Lucian politics. Generally speaking, in St. Lucian politics, you get 2 terms. This one-term scenario is a very recent vintage, okay? So I'm saying that the idea that we could
for 15 years,
that
one
our analysis
recent
could be based exclusively on the fact that for the last 2 elections they changed governments, that we could change government this time, and that perhaps in the next time they'll change governments back, it doesn't make sense. Our analysis has to go beyond that.
Peter,
you gotta come better than that.
Has King been underestimated all this? Throughout all of this?
And I want to talk about that too, because I do not think that Stephen King is a political colossus. Clearly, he is a giant in the sense that he has made history with the benefit of an accommodation. Okay? I don't believe that Stephen King, and I was hearing this conversation about him coming back and leading the UWP part. Come off it.
No, I don't.
You didn't think he could win. You didn't think he could win, Peter. You didn't think he or Frederick could have won. You made that absolutely clear, that based on history and science, you do not think that independence can carry. And in both cases, you were proven wrong.
I said that, and I was wrong. And
okay, we can all be wrong sometimes.
Has created history.
But is the opponent
of enough ammunition to suggest that Peter, on the basis on which he was not likely to have prevailed.
Peter,
but then say,
is the opponent a factor in, when you arrive at those conclusions? Is there, like, for example, the Girardi woman? I'm sorry to talk to her like I don't know her well. Janine. Was Janine, her newness and everything else, was that a factor?
I'm sure it was. Generally speaking, candidates that are new to constituencies face a disadvantage. And she would have faced a disadvantage in that regard. Clearly, the UWP treated the matter without evidence, and I can say here without reservation, I know of no political polling that was done in that constituency. Right?
I heard
they believe that they could treat it as a situation in which a person crosses the floor and they leave the support, because the conventional wisdom up until this point was essentially that that's exactly what would happen. Okay. So they chose somebody who had enough yellow in them to be able to say, I'm UWP, let me claim the support that belongs to the UWP.
I heard you.
But that doesn't mean it was not a good strategy.
I heard you speak on that, and I was a little bit, because I was thinking, here's a total newcomer. She doesn't have much time to even sell herself.
Yeah, she doesn't.
But all things considered, gentlemen, all things considered, was she a decent candidate, at least, considering the predicament that the United Workers' Party found itself at the time? No, I'm just saying, even then I thought that she was a decent candidate, all things considered.
Decent candidate.
But decent candidates do not win during the election, so that's why I'm using the word decent candidate.
Would you say it's about behavior? Is that what behavior?
Not in terms of behavior. Not in terms of behavior, but in terms of appeal, considering that the United Workers' Party found itself in such a difficult situation on the eve of a general election.
What you got to give the man credit for is he planned this properly. And on reflection,
I agree.
On reflection, I am thinking King planned that from the moment I replaced him as leader. Started planning this out. The possibility
it's possible.
Of course, it's possible. The United Workers' Party was in a jam because it didn't want to antagonize UWP supporters. by jumping all over King or whatever. So King was almost not attacked.
Yeah.
Would we say?
Meanwhile, he was free to follow his own track.
You're saying,
The UWP had a choice between Janine and Guy Mears.
yeah.
Are we saying that Guy Mears may have been a better bet, him having run before him having had the exposure? Because I think that the main factor in the choice of Janine Giraudy was that she was Henry Giraudy's daughter.
But nobody remembers, when you get down to it, how many people remember Henry Giraudy?
Yes, and
a lot of what
but she presented herself as my father's daughter.
Oh yeah, but
I think on the basis
that wasn't so wrong when the Labour Party made the real Flabo party John Compton, Henry Giraudy. Don't forget that that's what they did before they knew that she would be the one. So the Sapa Flabo thing was
Compton.
I mean, the United Workers Party might have, Rick, the United Workers Party might have miscalculated, but I don't think it's on the basis of name recognition that at the last moment they decided to go ahead with
yeah, but who knew the name?
McIntyre.
Who knew the name, number one? Not many. And you know how long ago it is since Giraudy died? And Giraudy was not, he was chairman of the party. He was a Compton, he was chairman of the party. You know,
President of the Senate.
President of the Senate, and you know,
but back to
a lot of problems with that.
Yeah, but gentlemen, back to Stephenson King. The fact that you said, Rick, that he might have hatched this plan to leave the United Workers Party stranded just ahead of a general election, moments after the 2016 poll. Therefore, don't you believe that the main reason for his defection and he hatching up this particular plan would have been because he lost the leadership of the United Workers Party to Mr. Alan Shastney?
That's what I said. But
and not the other issues that he keeps having.
It's ironic though, and you have to give. I always said how interesting it was to watch Guy Joseph giving Alan Shastney certain support at certain times. And then you had the support that could only have come from King effectively.
Which never came.
And it was as if these three guys had an act. Whenever Alan Shastney needed a King kind of support, King was there giving it. And when it was Guy, he got it. So King was more the ambassador, diplomat, while Guy was the shooter. But that's why it probably took him really by surprise. And in retrospect, you got to give the man some credit that he did offer support to his prime minister here and there, you know, wherever he thought he should. But that again could be a false sense of security. We can only guess those things. Maybe he'll write a book.
Peter, the only thing from the outset that Stephenson King held this grudge against Alan Shastney when he lost the leadership to him?
Of course. I mean, that much to me was fairly obvious. And I was saying earlier in the conversation that one would have wondered if a better strategy would have been to cut him off 5 years ago, in the beginning, when he had the benefit of an election victory that gave him enough seats that he didn't need to include Stephenson King in the cabinet. I think that the Prime Minister chose the path of least resistance, and he gave him a ministry, he gave him a decent ministry.
But don't you think, Peter, was there sufficient reason? Was there sufficient reason to have left Stephenson King out of the cabinet after the 2016 general election?
But look at the history of former Prime Ministers. Former Prime Ministers who remain active in politics are troublesome, and I think that the new Prime Minister is going to realize how troublesome they can be just now. But let's not go that way. I'm saying that there was good reason to believe that Stephenson King was upset. He never got support when he was Prime Minister. He was a dismal failure as a Prime Minister. His government collapsed, and there are very, very few governments that collapsed in the Caribbean. He carried that on his back. And he carried on his back the fact that after the government collapsed at the polls, and they were forced to go to the polls, that the party took up the leadership and gave it to someone else when he really thought it was his. I think there was good reason to believe that he would carry that on his back. Across the time of the entire thing, I mean, you're saying that this thing took him by surprise, but it was an open secret in St. Lucia. I mean, I don't come to St. Lucia that often, and I knew that there were meetings and that there were discussions and there were conversations. I mean, the polling that I did subsequent to following the last election reflected the fact that there was obviously a Stevenson King factor. I mean, and I keep asking the question, if it is that you know that there's someone in your midst who's undermining you, why don't you take action against them? But the feelings seem to have been that, look, let's see if we can make peace. Let's see if we can make concessions. Let's see if we can work with him, because you don't want to agitate someone who is essentially as UWP as he was. I think that this outcome demonstrates that, you know, it was perhaps not the right thing to do. That he needed to be treated at arm's length. And now, you know, you have the result about it. As far as Janine's choice is concerned as a candidate, I think that she was a good candidate. My sense is that if you follow the conventional logic regarding independent candidates, you need to replace that person with someone who automatically appears to be yellow. And I think that she had that characteristic because of who her father was, but also and essentially because of who her father was, and then that was the person that she became. That she appeared to be yellow. She was a decent candidate. She was a woman. People like female candidates. You know, the fact that she has a nice appearance. She was intelligent. She can have a conversation, and that was the reason that she was chosen as candidate. I don't really know that in a situation where you just need to find someone who can hit the ground and appear yellow, that she was a bad choice. I think she was a good choice. I think what happened today was it's just one of those things that happens in politics, and I don't know that the outcome, the victory, could necessarily have been seen, and they could have done any better if someone else was the candidate there.
She probably was the best choice in the circumstances.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, but some very interesting things happened, you know. A number of people who spoke very, very badly of Stevenson King in the past all lined up to endorse him. That goes even for Lady Janice. So was all that planned in advance, and was that lady supposed to overcome all of that in 2 weeks? I think
I've always found that politics is all about convenience, and you know, I've seen people who spend their life cussing one side. You know, in the space of a weekend, they turn around and, you know, they're beating, and they may decide their forecasting is not new. It happens all over the region. The reality is that there's no ideological distance between the SLP and the UWP. I mean, that's a reality.
Oh, ideologically, I would tend to agree wouldn't.
Right. It's easy to move between the two, and that's the same for political parties across the region, and you know, people conveniently do it. So the fact that people who were opposed to him before supported him, it doesn't surprise you, because he just changed the color of his shirt.
Peter, the opposition, that opposition had nothing to do with ideology. The opposition was because of very personal reasons, very personal.
That was probably one of the most powerful things you said, Rick, when you were saying that this Alan Chastity was like a lightning rod, and he essentially attracted a lot of the criticism and censure within this government. And in many ways, tonight was about him. A lot of it was about him. And then that helps us to answer the question of where do you go from here? Because my sense is that if you remove him from the equation, it makes it difficult to continue to beat up on the St. Lucia, on the UWP. And that's the reason why I feel, and I said this is my own personal view, that I don't know that he's the right person to carry the UWP forward, because this thing will continue. And you know, the best way to have the conversation end is to look for someone else. But the gentlemen on the panel are not helping me to identify the alternative, because the last time the conversation came up, I went to Stevenson King, and clearly he's not the alternative. So who else do we have in the UWP benches that can emerge as a leader of the UWP? I ask again, humbly.
Yeah, but automatically, whoever is selected to replace Mr. Alan Chastity, that individual become a prime target for the opposition just a few weeks from now. And Dr. Kenny Anthony suffered a similar fate when people were saying that they would want to see the back of the then Prime Minister, because that is the norm. If you get rid of the political leader or the Prime Minister, then automatically everything else will follow in terms of a collapse, as we have seen in this general election. The main target for peculiar circumstances was Mr. Alan Chastanet, and now that this has happened, what you would envisage down the road is that a new leader automatically will be attacked and discredited immediately, so that the United Workers' Party does not raise its head, and that is expected, Rick.
Well, it depends on the attack, because the opposition parties attack each other, but I don't think it doesn't make, at this point to me anyway, that Alan Chastanet is in the House. Everything that's been said to him outside will now be brought into the House. I don't know that the man, his family, he needs that. That's what I'm thinking. Because Alan Chastanet is hardly opposed for his work as much as for other aspects, very personal, or at least as much. Mm-hmm. You know, a new leader must have some Indians, huh? I mean, guys,
must have some what?
A new chief must have some Indians.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a race to the absolute finish there over in Soufriere. 21 of the 22 ballot boxes counted now. Emma Hippolyte there with a 25 vote lead. She's at 2,358. Harold Stanislas 2,333. Voter turnout 24.64%, some 4,781 votes cast out of 19,403.
That is a very low voter turnout, Dr. Samuel. I think early on this morning, during our discussion, our presentation, I was predicting that we'll have a high voter turnout. It's turned out to be, so far based on what we're seeing, dismal. In the 2016, the turnout was 53.45%. It'll be interesting to find out what is the turnout and what can we attribute this to. I don't know if the weather would be a reason.
But I think when we saw all of that activity in the morning, it would have, now it's a foregone conclusion that people just wanted to get out early, just, get out and so they can move on with the rest of the day and not necessarily turning out in large number.
Yep.
Okay, Samuel?
This is a conversation that we've had a couple of times today, and each time it comes up, people say, there's a high turnout. We had a conversation in Barbados with some analysts as well from St. Lucia. Oh, there's a high turnout, which means a change in government. And I've repeatedly said that there is no evidence to support this argument that a high turnout will necessarily mean a change of government. We had a change of government in Barbados with a complete washout of the opposition. That happened on the lowest voter turnout ever in history. The last time the government was changed in St. Lucia, the voter turnout fell, but nonetheless, Alan Chastanet was able to change the government and do quite well. On this occasion, the voter turnout appears to be low. To me, there's a danger of going to a polling station on the morning of an election, seeing a long queue, and coming out and reporting the voter turnout is heavy, and as a result, people are voting in record numbers. It doesn't make sense. I think that certainly we can only know the voter turnout on the night when we have an assessment of how many people actually participated. We add the numbers and we can see what the voter turnout is. And here we're seeing that it's low. The other point is white, and I think that COVID could clearly be a reason. When we looked at the voter turnouts in all of the other elections that we've had under COVID, consistently we've seen a fall off in voter participation, especially among persons that were older. These are the persons who are more vulnerable. In a situation where that older population tends to cling more loyally to one political party or the other, it can be devastating. In Jamaica, I think we had probably the curious example that the older voters, a lot of them were more inclined to the Jamaica Labour Party, and as a result, they suffered. When we do the postmortem, maybe we may be able to find that the demographics demonstrate that the older voters in St. Lucia, a lot of them were more aligned to the UWP, and that's the reason why the kind of uneven swing that we are seeing in some areas may very well be a reflection. And I'm not denying it is a national swing. Clearly, there's a national swing, but I'm saying that maybe the national swing is magnified in some areas because a lot of the older voters decided not to participate on the basis of COVID. Well, one of the things that I'm hoping that I can do as a researcher, and that I will be given the support to do from whatever institutions, is a study of non-voters. Because this is a trend in the Caribbean now that I think is getting out of hand, where we're having elections and the participation rate is falling at 50% or below. And it's something that needs to be studied to understand why people don't vote and what can be done to facilitate their voting in ways that we weren't doing before.
But I think that there's a few instances at some of the polling stations in St. Lucia where people are complaining about the level of support that was there in terms of their being facilitated to exercise their franchise. A number of people walked away from the polling stations and did not vote. Because of the frustration, because of the long queues. And maybe I think this will come up in the report by the observers from the Commonwealth Secretariat as well as CARICOM and the OAS, because a number of those officials were approached and the complaint were lodged directly to them. And one is anticipating that this will happen because, take for example, Earl, in the Castries South constituency, you had tents being set up for F1 along the Latok Road, and normally people have voted at the Geese Banana Shed at the terminal there. And this did not happen this time around. We used to say that a number of people did not participate in the elections primarily because of the inconvenience that they would have suffered. Again, I'm joining Peter in saying that we are not suggesting that this would have in any way altered the outcome of the elections, but that's the reality. We have another update as far as Micoud North is concerned, Dr. Samuel.
We realized that Jeremiah Norbert, Micoud North has been called for him. He now has 56.5%. So the projection is Jeremiah Norbert.
Isn't that history, Dr. Samuel, the first time that the Senatorial Labour Party would have won?
Yes, that is history. That's the first time.
I mean, not even in 1997 when it won 16 seats. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the first time I'm defeating the incumbent Gail Rigobert by some 552 votes. She got 42.8% of the vote. And Mr. Michael Philip St. Catherine only managing to get some 26 votes. Yeah, so a significant victory there for the Labour Party, unseating what is the stronghold, or former stronghold, of the United Workers' Party.
Well, certainly those are the two seats we would have expected to go to the United Workers' Party, the Castries Southeast, and to a lesser extent Micoud North. But we have the shocking outcome there that is indicative of the swing against the United Workers' Party as is reflected in the outcome of some of those constituencies. Dr. Samuel?
But I think there is also a certain level of voter apathy, you know, a sort of sentiment where people feel that they're indifferent. Is that the politicians and the importance in their lives are you know, there's more distance. They're not interested. People believe in you know, solving their own problems. They're more empowered, and they tend to broad brush instead of, you know, separating and individuals. They just see them as politicians, and that so they're similar. We have a local term we say made of the same stripe, political and the same type of animal, for want of a better expression. So a lot of young people, although they participate in the events that are exciting, like the rallies and the motorcades, but in terms of making the effort or to even try to pay attention. So the level of attention, there's an attention deficit in terms of listening to issues and being able to work through the strands and decouple and see the history, it seems like a broad blurred wall to them. They're just not interested in the detail, and that's causing a certain level of disinterest to setting. And that's probably one of the things we're seeing here in this election as well.
Peter, it's a very interesting story as far as Micoud North is concerned, because this is a gentleman who just a few months after he was endorsed as the candidate for that constituency, in an accident, a mishap, lost one of his legs, had to be treated in Martinique, and one would have anticipated even then, on the face of it, that he would have called off his campaign, but he was relentless. He continued, he persevered. I think any ordinary individual would have decided not to go ahead with that particular contest, and it certainly is testimony of his tenacity and winning. That certainly is a very interesting story as far as Jeremiah Norbert is concerned.
Yeah, and there's no question about it. I mean, that one took me completely by surprise. Even without knowing the backstory for Norbert, the reality is that Gail Rigobert is someone I consider to be an attractive candidate. I find that she presents herself with the kind of personality that one would associate with a good candidate. She's a female candidate, an intelligent woman, which is always something that works. But the most important thing is that she held the seat of the father of the UWP. And I thought that after she was able to face down Janine Compton, that she would have been in a position to essentially defeat all comers. That to me would have been a significant victory for her in terms of the Compton victory. And to lose in this way is a shocker. This is a 25% swing that was needed to dislodge her from that seat. The fact that she has been beaten, it speaks volumes about what has been happening in St. Lucia. Certainly, the gentleman, Jeremiah Norbert, should be congratulated heavily for what he's been able to do. But I would say that scalp, political scalp, is of a significant value in relation to the UWP. Gail led the UWP in the opposition at one time when she was one of the few members that remained. And my sense is that she was one of the names that we could have been discussing tonight as a future leader. The fact that she's not in Parliament now. And that is a significant win for the St. Lucia Labour Party, because it destabilizes the UWP. And as I said, the swing is phenomenal. I mean, 25% is a significant movement in relation to an individual candidate.
But it appears that the writing has been on the wall for Dr. Rigobert since the 2016 general election, because the SLP candidate then got 825 votes. The independent in Janine Compton Antoine, 791 votes. You had a total of 1,676. And that is to her 1,930. So the difference there, Peter, would have been just 254 during the 2016 general election. So the fact that it was a two-way contest now, she lost some. She got caught in that swing, resulting in her defeat.
I mean, that's not untrue. But in the final analysis, it was 1,930 votes. I'm looking at the 2016 result, but I'm also looking at the fact that the SLP essentially grew from 25% to 50. I think that's probably the bigger thing in terms of looking at it, and that's still a considerable slice to be able to move. But I do get the point that the 22%, which was held by the independent, one would have assumed that once Compton was out of the way, that it would have gone back to the UWP naturally. But I'm seeing some movements that essentially say to me that the book that governs how these things work has to essentially be torn up, because St. Lucians are not really about traditional loyalties. They're moving around. And in fairness, I've also seen that in Barbados, where strongholds have been penetrated largely because people are looking around for something different. And it's going to make for interesting politics in the future, I tell you. And, I think that Pierre needs to, Prime Minister-elect has to be on his guard to understand that in many instances he has to consolidate his support in those kinds of areas to ensure that these people who don't really have any political loyalty to one party or the other don't have a loser.
I don't know, we have not received any official declaration as from the electoral department, but understanding that in Gros Islet, it's as if it's a Friday celebration taking place there right now, and that is considering the performance of Kenson Casimir, supporters of the St. Lucia Labour Party, I think they have sufficient reason to celebrate at this point in time. Jubilation on the streets of that busy northern community, and all indications are that things are weighing in his favor right now, and that is the challenger Kenson Casimir. So maybe Dr. Samuel could go through the figures again for the Gros Islet constituency involving Kenson Casimir as well as Leonard Spider Motout.
Well, these numbers are the same numbers that we have had. They have not been updated unless if that's where we're going to make a projection, but no projection has been made so far. But the votes verified, we have 58.3% in favor of Mr. Casimir, 5,185 votes. He's ahead by 1,618. 77% of the ballot boxes have been counted. That's 47 out of 61. So some 14 ballot boxes are left to be counted. But after doing so, we now have a lead of 1,618, which seem a bit unassailable at this point. But the voter turnout again is quite low. It's 37.8% thereabout. So that is one of the interesting outcomes of this election. The voter turnout has been much lower, below trend.
Okay, we're getting all set to wind down, so let's see if we have any results from Castries East to share with our audience at this time, involving the incumbent, Philip J. Pierre, the St. Lucia Labour Party, 3,084, 67.1% of the votes. Mohammed NJP, 38 or 0.8%, and Belrose of the United Workers Party, 1,473. So at this time, clearly the majority of the seats, either the SLP are leading or the SLP has captured most of those seats. The United Workers Party seem to have won the Micoud South seat, as well as Choiseul Saltibus. And of course, the surprise of the evening would be the Castries South East seat, where the incumbent, Guy Joseph, has lost to Joachim Henry, and also Anstleray being won by the St. Lucia Labour Party's Wayne Girard. Over in Soufrière, that seat has been declared to have been won by Emma Hippolyte. That is also something that is worth focusing on, considering that she lost in Gros Islet during the last election, went to Soufrière, and she won that seat by only 65 votes. But a victory is a victory as far as this is concerned. So history is being written there in a number of what has been declared to be safe seats, Micoud North. And it is very safe to say that the St. Lucia Labour Party has acquitted itself quite nicely in this general election, to put it mildly. Peter Wickham.
Yeah, okay, so if you're wrapping up, let me take the opportunity first of all to congratulate Prime Minister-elect Stephenson King on what is really an outstanding victory. I think that the last time the St. Lucia Labour Party did this well, it would have been...
Philip J. Pierre, Peter.
Sorry, Philip J. Pierre?
You congratulated Stephenson King?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Certainly congratulate Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister-elect Philip J. Pierre. And I was saying, I think the last time the St. Lucia Labour Party did this well would have been 1997. So it's a significant victory, and he needs to be congratulated for leading the team, for essentially forging an alliance and in a way that has allowed him to sweep the polls. And that is certainly something significant. There are a lot of lessons in this election, and certainly I think the most important lesson is the one of independent candidates and the way the independent candidates can be positioned and can survive politically. I think the other lesson is a question of timing. I continue to maintain that the timing of this election was left much to be desired. It should have been called at a time that was more convenient. And I think I'm even more convinced in my logic of the impact of the pandemic, and certainly in relation to the natural disasters and the way that politicians view and treat national disasters. I think the other thing that's significant is the voter turnout that's quite low, and it continues to worry me that not only within the pandemic, but generally speaking, the voter turnout in Caribbean elections are this low. I'm anxiously awaiting the nomination of identification of members of the next cabinet. I would again make the point that Prime Minister-elect Pierre does not have necessarily to feel obligated to include both of the independents in his cabinet, and he may want to tread cautiously in that regard because he has sufficient space and leg room to be able to essentially chart his own course. And I wish him well. I hope that he can break this cycle of one-term governments, and that he can return St. Lucia to a situation where you will have a political organization in power for more than one term, and this will be the start of it. So all the best to him and all the best to you. Thanks a lot for including me on the panel for the second time, and it was good to be part of the conversation. As I always say, these are learning experiences, and I feel honored to be able to sit at the feet of politics and understand how it goes in different Caribbean islands. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Peter Wickham, for gracing us with your presence all the way from France via Zoom, political consultant and the principal director of the Caribbean Development Research Services, CADRIS, Mr. Peter Wickham. Dr. Samuel, thank you so much as well for your services. Any final comments from you?
Also like to thank the producers and NTN and BBS for the collaboration and to be part of this historic night for our country as the democracy continues to unfold, and as the people's views are always right as a collective, we can discuss it, but basically people are always right. Basically, I want to say that there are lessons for us, those who crunch numbers like myself, those who analyze and try to understand, how people behave and why they behave the way they do. I think we've learned a lot from the discussion. Quite an interesting discussion. I wish the Prime Minister-elect also the very best. He is someone I know personally as well, and I wish the SLP team and all the best. They are aware of the challenges before us in St. Lucia. We're not out of the COVID woods yet, and a number of challenges that they're aware of, growth and social challenges that we have to deal with, and I wish them very much the best in Sudan.
Earl, final comments from you? Earl?
Yes, like everybody else, I'd like to congratulate the St. Lucia Labour Party and its leader on the victory. It was one that, like I said, does not surprise me, but what we need to be able to wish for coming out of this victory is that Prime Minister-designate Philip J. Pierre will be able to develop and construct and appoint a cabinet that will reflect the importance of recognizing that this is a new era when nothing is the same, and politics should not continue to be the same, and experience and a combination of youth and experience that we have gone through this evening will be further extended as the time goes by in the new dispensation in St. Lucia.
Bill?
No, Rick.
Sorry, Rick.
Well, but I'm going to be very short because this is way past my bedtime. I want to congratulate Philip and his party. That's a hard fought for a victory, and I was there with him at the very beginning, and who saw him who would have seen him where he is right now? Perhaps he did. He took a lot, his family took a lot. I also want to say to the former Prime Minister, Alan Shastney, you got your job cut out for you as well, sir. I wish you luck. I wish St. Lucia luck. And St. Lucians have to remember that for St. Lucia to be successful, they have got to make some plans. We have to make some adjustments. Politicians on their own, politicians and their policies cannot do for this country what they hope to do unless we, the people, get behind them. That's it.
Well, the people of St. Lucia, they have won, and they have demonstrated yet again that they should not be second guessed, because when most people are saying that there are some short seats and this individual will be retaining their seat, the people of St. Lucia have decided otherwise, and it is through the introspection, through their own intervention, that they would have come to the conclusion to decide to vote a new government into office. The work begins right now in terms of the rebuilding effort, because COVID-19 will not disappear, will not go with the previous administration. It is just a work in progress for all of us, as hoping that the outcome of the elections will be accepted by all, and this will only give us the impetus to work towards the betterment of the St. Lucian society. I'd like to say that I thoroughly enjoyed my involvement with NTN on behalf of the management of DBS Television. I think this was a very successful collaboration, and maybe there could be more of that kind of engagement between DBS and NTN and even other media outlets in St. Lucia, considering that you have so many radio and television stations on the island. Nonetheless, they cannot survive on their own. So I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the management, the staff, and also the viewers of DBS Television. Over to you, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you so much, Timothy. And let me just say that here at the GIS and NTN, we're not just the disseminators of information from the government of St. Lucia, but we're collaborators as well. It has been an utmost pleasure for us to have collaborated with DBS. And of course, we had other media partners, including Wave Radio, WVent, Rhythm FM, and as well as stluciatimes.com, which streamed us throughout the day. We want to say thank you to Fine Line Graphics, because all of this didn't just happen with the NTN team alone and the DBS production team alone, as well as Event St. Lucia Company for designing our set. So nicely done. Thank you so much for that. The production teams of DBS and the GIS NTN, all of our reporters, camera and technical crew, as well as to Flo. Thank you so much. All of your contributions have made Decision 2021 an absolute success, and we'll be back here on later on Tuesday. Well, I'm being told in the air, do not forget the director, the floor director, who's been here for all day. We want to say thank you very much to Glenn Simon for leaving his substantial post over at the National Productivity Council, for being up here with us for the day. Thank you so much for lending your expertise, and we can see that the day went by flawlessly as a result of that. And I was saying that we will be back here later to provide you with more developments coming out of Decision 2021, reporting on the Prime Minister-elect, as well as seeing what other developments will be happening as St. Lucia has selected a new team of individuals to the Parliament of St. Lucia. Thank you so much. I'm Lisa Joseph. See you next time.